my level now. Oh, look at that. The crowd dwindles down to just who of you are a professional at least 5 different subjects in life. 5, not 1, at least 5. So that cuts down. So we got 12 hands here out of this thing says 50,000. 5 out of 50,000, homie. Praise the Lord. Thank you so much. I will gladly take my reward here. And, shake my hand and take it. So I get a discount even at vending machines. I'm that bright. My IQ is instant qualifications. We instantly qualify for the best. My skill points levels as onto itself combinations. I'm the new guy spitting in your ear. You could qualify. Get in the back of the line, sir. Damn, how do you do that? Get in the back of the line, sir. Otherwise, I'm gonna have to call the cops on your ass, and you will be banned from this premises. Trespassing with a mug shot. How did I get myself here, man? You want that, sir? I'm one of those guys that exactly. So get back in the line if you want our assistance. Or you could gladly get in your POS ride over there and mosey yourself down to the crick where they got bugs and snakes, and maybe you can have a conversation with them instead of us. You could do that. There's an option. Second option is drive yourself in circles until you come up with a brighter idea. Fourth option is you stop coming here. A fifth option is wake up, homie. It's 2019. A sixth option is like, well, at least I tried my best. Or is it all of the above? Because I need to know why you're acting the way you are here, and it's hurting our business. We want to help you, man, but you're ugly. You're making people go home. Is that BO I smell? When was the last time you took a shower or even got laid? I mean, when was the last time you could put a complete sentence together and feel confident that you did it? When was the last time? Please write me an email, and one of our friendly assistants will get back to you within a few weeks. In the meanwhile, all you can do is wait, man. That's the process, and it's either them gonna tell you or me. You want to do this, we can go through it. Look like a nice person and all. I highly do not recommend. Don't get yourself into that position to where you just unload it in your pants and then you give that to someone else's problem. Someone's got to clean your pants, man. It's gross. So you always got to make sure that you got no poop or pee in your system, because you never know when you're gonna get one of these and one losers of those, and one of these searching for peace. Look at my Casper mansion. So we're like real thug mansion homies. I want to get one of those cables. Thugging all the way. You see my tattoos? Look at this. And it's just like look at that. Look. I am a gangsta. Not really, but look at that, man. Look at my muscles popping out. Do you really want to mess? Like, I can't even pull this shirt all the way up because my muscles are popping out, man. You really want some of this, eh? No, I'm just the full package. And we out of lighters. We are the full package with no lighters. We would be smoking out of our hookah right now, but instead we got this. And it works. We've been puffing on this. One day we made a whole 8-hour set with just puffing on the E joint. Puffing on the E joint. So I've been thinking about making some music soon. I don't know how really, because the piano is way over there. And sometimes when I wake up in the morning, I sit on the couch sort of like and air codes. However, when it works, it's so therapeutic. And I would highly recommend you getting one of those if you can. It's real nice. And when you get it, call up the company and say, yeah, my pump broke, because you will have problems with your pump. And they will send you a pump for free. And maybe if you do that within the first few years, you'll have a slew of them. And usually the thing that breaks in there is, well, there's many things. And I've looked at YouTube videos on these hot tub professionals, got wires coming all over the place. I'm like, that's dangerous, right? That's dangerous, putting electricity, especially wire nuts, taking off the top. Wire, it looks like a wire fest. Oh, this, like, you need a extension cord extender, because you need to, instead of one brass, and that brass one broke within like 2 days. That was worse than drill bit I had before. So I got steel, an 1/8 inch steel rod. You buy them at the store for like $3, and you gotta cut it to 2 inches, 2 7/8 inches. You gotta tear it all apart, right? So it was broke for a while, and it was sitting out there, and it gets cold here, and the whole thing froze as one big brick of ice. You can tell that I don't do what I'm supposed to be doing, because a normal husband does not let that happen, and I knew it. I drained it last night because we filled it back up with water and trying to get it back working again. And then it snowed again today here in Colorado, USA. So tired of this cold weather, man. I be freezing non-stop. I be cold. And, I've been married. Look at this ring, man. It's titanium. That's a titanium ring that turns. You see that? That's a spinner. I got a spinner ring. That shit is awesome, right? Going on 2 years. It's been great. It's been rough too. But I would rather live with someone now. Now it's easier because we have a house. I like to say thank you for everyone who supports the CWS Pod brand. I love to get t-shirts and all that stuff out there, but man, my back hurts. I can't even sit here and hold an iPad for too long without it getting to me. So I wish we could live forever, because I can only do so much. But this is something that I feel I can do now. I want to go back to the doctor and get this hardware taken out. For one, I'm tired of being called a druggie when I'm not. And 3, I've been looking on. I actually did some research on this about people getting their hardware taken out. And I guess if it's fused good, which mine is, then they can take it out. But in my head, I'm thinking, I think it's the second one that hurts. That one they can probably take out. Because I think my pain has always been at this high-ass level. It's just a reality check every time I go off some of these pain meds, because you're on it a daily dose. You're on it all the time. You're under strict supervision between your family members, to the doctor, to the DEA, to yourself, to like everyone's checking you. they're waiting for you to do something wrong because then they can put on their caring skills. And I get it. I do. But this must what feels like to be a black person. And I'm not hating, but ever since like 2010, when I got my first surgery in 2011, and then I moved away from everyone and I became this different person. And then I got on all of this stuff and everyone lost track of me. I became a scary person, because for one, you only saw me from this end, from the camera end. And nowadays I'm a closed off individual. One of the friends who I have come over, I guess every Friday night now, they call me I pulled away from society. Yeah, I guess I have. And I'm 41 years old, and I guess you do what you have to do. And for me, now that my body hurts much of the time, I can't wait to get this hardware taken out, man. I'm all over the place. I got so much to say now. But I was watching those videos up on YouTube about these people getting their hardware taken out. And out of probably 6 videos I saw, there was one chick who was like, man, I think I'm doing worse than I was with it on. But she had like scoliosis or something. Most of the other people, they're like, I'm so glad that I got it taken out. According to the x-rays and, all of these non-stop doctors that I go to complain about my pain, like, where is it? Where is it? They can offer me RF ablations, but they never offer me to have the hardware taken out. Is that something I need to go there and do so they can stop receiving my paychecks from the insurance company? Maybe that's why they don't want to help me. I got to be smarter than a 2x4 and help myself. So it's been 9 years suffering. Like, it's been bad. I can't wait to go out and hike, go out and do things. My wife's been waiting around patiently for 2 freaking years. And we've been moving on. I've been moving up. And there's, I guess, 9 more years of my career here. Because we say we want to have everything done. The 300 albums, 50 tracks a piece, the 15,000. Every 7th one is a freestyle. You start weighing those out. And that takes a lot of work. We already put in a lot of work. But I want to be done and celebrating, I guess. More than just talking about it, celebrating, releasing an album and celebrating. I mean, that's one thing, but I do that alone. I don't actually go out and have pizza. Come on, kids, let's go out. I mean, we could. Dad's gonna pay for Pizza Hut tonight. And they're just waiting. Be like, Dad, when are you gonna get your new album out so we can go out to Pizza Hut or Chuck E. Cheese? Because I'm celebrating too, just like them. Or, a session. Yeah, we got a session done, so let's go to Pizza Hut or Chuck E. Cheese. You guys choose, because they give you 2 options. So, 10 years of constant celebration of that, I think it'll be enough. I was saying, I can't wait till this hardware gets taken out so I don't feel this constant pain. I'm on a real high dose. I need to go back in there. I already got so many doctor visits, and they're gotta be annoyed seeing me so often. But I'm gonna walk in there because they don't want to give me 3 Dilaudidins. That was before I gave them my bag of drugs, and they didn't know what was in there. So maybe instead of seeing this other doctor, I'm gonna see the main doctor and talk to him about, I want this hardware out, and if you are unable to take the hardware out, then I would personally request, based off of history and how my body acts and what I can do, 3 Dilaudidins every day for the rest of my life if this cannot be taken out. I got plenty of documentation. I came back here and a few weeks ago I gave you like so much money of drugs. Honestly, I'm not regretting I ever did that, but that was a huge gesture. I didn't have to do that. I only had to bring back the stuff that he was wanting. I think the 4 milligram tablets of Dilaudid. I brought him back everything. I brought him bottles of morphine, bottles of Oxycontin, bottles of oxycodone, bottles of short-term, long-term hydrocodones, this, that. Oh man, and pain management is not about pills. Like that, I could have stopped complaining if I just used some of that. But in today's age, pain management is not like that. It is a strict diet. Just trying to grasp the whole realities of where we're at, and not being too stressed out or frustrated by the situation we're in. Another day of not going outside, another day of not picking up stuff. It's just another day of not enough pain drugs. It's another day of work. It's another day of waiting for all of my softwares to catch up with me. It's an ongoing multitask. I'm glad I'm involved in something, because if I didn't have my back, or even this is a huge responsibility, or this is a huge mind F for my back pain. Because if I didn't have this, all I'd be with is my back pain, and that is too much time. I don't want to spend all that time with Mr. Back Pain. I would rather be doing something else, taking the attention away from the god-awful back pain agent who just wants to remind me of how crappy life can be sometimes. I can't wait, man, till I am not reminded of that, especially when I get down taking off some of these pain drugs. People will maybe want to be my friend again, because I ain't on heroin, whatever they call it. There's like side jokes, this and that. It doesn't get to me. I actually find it funny that people would take it to that level. And then I start playing along with it, because I didn't know. Like, I had a hint that maybe there was something like heroin. I don't know if it's really heroin, man. I'd never done straight heroin, nor would I ever, unless, like, all the doctors just disappeared and for no reason. I ain't gonna sit here in pain, bro. I'm gonna try to do something, and weed doesn't help. So maybe if the circumstances aren't like they are, I might get shit off the street. I'm very thankful that I do not have to do that to manage my pain. And that's the kind of BS I'd be living with on a day-to-day basis. That's what scares me, man, is I can't let my doctors de-trust me or lose trust in me. It's like my life depends on it. And all of you think this is some game, some joke, that I'm just, I need my pain drugs, he's faking it. This is like, let's just get this fixed, so I can get off of them and think about life rather than waiting around. What are we waiting around for? I mean, recovery's been 9 years. Take it out, doctor. If you can't take it out, give me 3 8 milligram Dilaudins every day. At least you can do. I did not ask for this pain. I did not ask for this punishment. Look, I got 20 albums going on, as many as I could. It's just what it is right now. Like, if money fell from the sky, which it does, but it doesn't all go to here. If it all went to here, we could have 4 or 5 albums every month, and that would definitely keep me busy. But I'm just waiting around, man. I'm waiting around for next month to start. So so the budget that isn't all spent in our internet bill and nice fancy clothes and a cool ass house. And you know, there's I say just give me one a month. I could do 8. Like I really could. I was going to do 8, and then I got married, so that took like a huge part of the budget away. And I'm glad I got married. Just plans change a bit. I'm okay with plans changing, because I feel like we are better as a team than if we were both fighting life as single. Because like I struggle battling life single. I used to live in a Holiday Inn because I like the convenience. It's like you paid one fee and you got I think I had my own internet, but they offered internet, all your electricity was paid for. I like that life. That was convenient. I like convenient. That's why I like Amazon and all the other stuff that happens. So we got married on February 15th. It was the day after Valentine's Day. Isn't that sweet? You guys seen the pictures on there of her and I? We got more. We're gonna add more. So the way this arrangement works is like I gave her all upstairs because she's got 2 big ass dogs that will gnaw off your leg if you show any signs of aggression. And the dog is black, and he don't like black people. We had a New Year's Eve party over at the Holiday Inn, and I had black friends. I still have black friends. It sounds weird, but the dog was, we had to like lock him in a room basically, cause he went ape shit, man. Like I never seen a dog go that nuts, and that shit was scary. So I mean, he's a big dog, and I remember having sex. When I started having sex with his owner, he didn't like that. He was trying to get at me, barking. He's a service dog, so like an old police dog or something. So those dogs are smart, they're trained. But his bark, man, he goes all the way through you. Shit is scary. And then we got another puppy. It's kind of a doofus, but he's still good. He's got no manners. He'll jump on you and lick your face until your face is licked off. And with me, like, I have a hard time being around fans, circulating fans, ceiling fans that are on full blast, because that air movement rubs across my skin and it hurts. Only time I like that is when I'm super hot, super sweaty, and that's the only time. Other than that, like chilling on the couch watching TV show and there's a fan blowing on me, I can't do that. That hurts. So like talking off the top of my lungs and I don't know it. She's over there talking to me normal voice, and she knows how to push my buttons. And recently we're both high drama people in our own ways. I'm high drama over here because I talk about things to the extreme. Otherwise, it's not that fun to listen to. So I dramatize a lot of things I talk about. But, instead of me running for the hills, because that's what I do usually, I don't like conflict, and I'm not much of a conflict starter, but I am a shit talker. Not in anyone's direction. And I just like to talk shit about humanity, but people sometimes take it wrong. And that's what gets me into trouble, is I'm too old to play sports, so I can't really give my 2 cents. It's just like I'm critical like that, and I don't really mean to be critical. It's just a different way of looking at it. And my different ways of looking at it shouldn't be valued as an opinion. It's just sort of like an idea, like, hey, look at this. And so like, that's all it is. Like, hey, look at this. And that has gotten me into trouble quite a few times. I don't mean it, but I am a writer, and I do my work talking. And we are emotional people, so I take all of the experiences that I've seen on television and I mix it together to the extreme. So that's how I'm a drama king. When she gets bored, she watches for drama. You know, she watches those high drama TV shows. I watch them too. I like them. Jersey Shore. At first, I didn't really understand the comedy of them, but after a while, like, I really want to understand the girl. So her and I are built completely different. My schedule here is different, and these are the reasons why I sleep down here. It's not because we love each other less. There's a proper way of commanding someone and having them listen to you at a respectful level. Like, I don't get it. You know, I'm just trying to put myself together, and I'm just trying to have her put herself together too. I think that's what we all want. We just all want to be put together. So what I decided, since we're both high drama people, and me, you know, it's sort of like that, oh, can't we just all get along? And I don't like conflict. But sometimes we do get in conflict, and when we're in this fight, we're toxic for each other. So I came up with this idea this last fight that we need to look at this different. Instead of me trying to run away for the door because it's like, damn, she disrespected me, I gotta look at it different. You know, I can't look at it like a husband and a wife. I gotta look at it something different, since we're both, I guess, high maintenance people. Like TMZ. There's Jersey Shore. Some healthy examples. TMZ.com and how they got their weird. So I'm like, I do better with my emotions stirred up a bit. I come in here when my emotions are stirred up. She's great at stirring up my emotions. So instead of me trying to be like, nah, don't do that to me, I'll be like, yeah, I will allow you to do that to me, and I will treat this situation as like a TMZ post, not really I'm a runaway and, you know, I can't be around this, because you guys have heard me give countless of those. So I think it takes practice, but I'm in this for the long run. Like, I'm not here to cheat and do all that. I'm not here to control anyone. One woman is enough. I got a career. I'm not here to end up in jail. So there's a comfort. There's a sober thing. There's a soberness, comfort feeling. But the whole thing here is like, we're different people, and when we fight, we're toxic, and then we start ruining a great thing. We only fight, you know, maybe once every other month. It just depends, I guess. Most of the time, like, we're doing our own thing, and like, we need space. And so that's why I live down here in one of the rooms down here, and she stays upstairs. It's kind of nice, you know, it's like her own apartment. And when I wake up, she'll come down here and we'll watch TV on the big 4K TV for a few hours. And then she goes does her own thing, whether it's work, messing with friends, it's going to Facebook, it's her own live broadcast, because I think she's trying to get into it. She's uncomfortable. I tell her it takes time. You know, it takes time to sit here and be comfortable to talk to the camera. It actually does. Like, it took me 7 years, because I was always thinking about how I looked from their end, so that messed me up. And when I thought about that, you know, I just lost track of freestyle. I lost track of my thought. It was like demons in my own head. And now I don't have that issue, but for 7 years, yes, I had a struggle living around a camera. And it takes time. Anything takes time. Anything you want to be good at takes time. I remember when I was freestyling, I could only freestyle for 15 minutes before like my voice box started to crackle and give out. However, we were dedicated, and within time we were able to work that up to an hour and a few hours. And today I could probably go a full 8 hours. Probably not at the speed, like hardcore speed, but nowadays we learn to regulate. We learn to watch out for things. We've learned, so it's experience. So no matter what you do, you gotta keep on doing it, just for the sake of doing it. Even if you like to do it, don't let like these quotes say, don't let the failure get to you. It's the failures that make you. It's not our successes that make us. We barely use the things we're good at. Instead, we use the things that we're bad at to destroy us. And we don't stop it, we let it. I didn't know all of this when I was a youngster. So I guess at the end of the day, like, both of us are happy. We still eventually want to go sleep in the same room together. It's just my nights are different. Sometimes when we're around each other, we start bickering about stupid stuff. At least this way, I miss her. Like, when I get done here from a hard, long days of work, I'll go in my room, like 2 doors down, and I start to miss her. You know, I'm starting to write love messages, and I remember back when we were sleeping together, we had too much tabs on each other. Like, she was waiting for me to come up there to watch some TV show, and if I wasn't up there, then I could easily start a fight. You know, if she wouldn't come in here and talk to me, I could have been too busy, and that would upset me because she's coming in here, and then that would upset her because she's like, well, he doesn't want to be with me. So it was complicated. This is the only thing I'm good at, man. So I do encourage marriages. I mean, it's not made for everyone, but I do encourage people to at least have 2 bedrooms. And from my own personal experience, where I've lived with both, my first marriage, we always slept together, and if we didn't, it was weird. Like, why would you? But if you look at the greater picture, there's a sense of peace there. There's a sense of, well, I could do what I want. without you breathing down my neck. And since she has my phone, like, I guess there's a lot of jealousy there. There was, because I'm in chat a lot. And you know how our minds go wild. So for me, I'm just open about things. So I let her have full control to like my email and this and that. And we got our own, our together email, like when we sign up for DirecTV or something. We use our together email. It sort of works like together accounts, separate accounts. You only wear it in your studio. And I think that promotes peace. In the end, you don't get upset for any reason because you've taken those reasons out of the picture. Does that make sense? So we have a stronger relationship because we are excited to see each other. We fight for each other more rather than I'm sick of you. We want to do things together more. And only if my back pain was reasonable to our marriage, then we would be doing more stuff rather than me trying to get better. But I realize it's the hardware. And the pain has always been super high. And even when I think back to my first years after both surgeries and the complications, I was still on a high dose, 90. I was still fighting for that 90, 100 milligram dose. And I don't need anything more than that. It's just, it sucks because it's right on the line. And I'm just so tired of dealing with it. You know, it just seems like it's getting worse. Just to find a comfort in life. All I want is to be in no pain. That's what we all want. We don't want to be in pain. We don't want to live in it. And 9 years for me, that's too much. And I'd be watching these YouTube videos of how people got their spinal hardware removal taken out. And I see benefits. Like it's enticing. So today's theme is Look at Me. LGCD 435.1. We've been listening to LGCD 434 season, 40 hours. And this one, we just got done with another one today, 433. It's got 24 hours. So 64 hours of new stuff here. We have 342 to do. So give a shout outs to all my internet friends, Pal Talk, people who listen, stream, all of these things help me. And this music was made for radio stations that you talk over. And that's why they're short, because it moves on. You don't. That's where the bar's set for the instrumentals. And my rapping on it is just icing on the cake. I get paid the same, whether if it's just a beat or a mix. So you guys take it easy. Until then, I'll keep playing you some hot jams here in the background. But I want to show you we got Google Chromecast. This is the 4K version. So I got some pictures that are also in high definition. Yo, I need a doctor. Can someone please help me get my mind straight to focus in the society? This ain't fair, man. How come I'm looking at it the wrong way? How come I ain't looking at it like I'm supposed to be? What's wrong with me, psychologist? How come I'm too invested in myself with freestyle? And I sure wouldn't fulfill this side of the contract within the company that I work for. But once I start to do other people's fun times, that would basically increase the whole business public profile, IPO, substantially, because these would be worldwide versus hello English-ers, no speaker Espanol.
Lick your plate. Dishwasher boy. I can see that should be your job, because you never clean your plate. Clean your plate. You never clean your plate.
Yeah, we're probably gonna do that. This new video system I have here is tight. So tight, man. I got my finger in a lot of tight things. You know what I mean? Bro, you know what I mean? Life ain't like a rubber band now, is it? Nor is it a warm bucket of water. It is a tight bong bowl. It is a packed in bowl of wonderfulness. Oh man, this didn't come from the radiated sea. This came fresh to me. Y'all can get killed over there on California, and then I'm gonna get killed from eating chicken wings because they fed the chickens irradiated fish scraps at half price, because I want to eat at half price. So Burger King, they got, what is that, like a 7-pack 10-piece chicken McNuggets for like $1. How do you think they get that low, man? Nobody wants that radiated chicken food stuff. And I'm not sure how it really goes, but I'm sure somewhere, right? Food could be made from other scraps like that. Usually it's hormones, and that's why a dude's got bitch tits in whatever they believe in. Otherwise, you will get stoned to death. Religion is a human form of belief. It doesn't come in any other living form. My cat, I don't know, seems to like dog TV a lot. Maybe dog TV is what it's trying to believe in. Someday I'll go and see that pretty grass. Someday I'll climb up that barky tree. Wow, look at the birds. I hear I need it. You know, you can't get it, but they can see it. And then they fall asleep and they dream. And all they want is the bird, man. They want to climb up the tree. That's what the cat believes from watching what he is mostly interested in, or maybe just what all he got. There's only one channel of dog TV, so because there's only one channel of dog TV, then yeah, I'm gonna teach him that birds is a dream, man, because chances of you ever biting into a bird in this existence is unless I go buy one for you. But there's a slim chance that you're gonna eat a birdie or go out there and climb a tree. There's a slim chance you will never be a part of that. And I don't want to crush his dreams. I don't want to hurt the poor thing's feelings, man. But I know that he ain't going out there, because there's demons out there, man. You got animals waiting on lunch because they froze in a ditch the night before, so they're all for a second from your personal journey. And stop being so selfish about the foundations in life, and have empathy And let's look at, you know, a Muslim who's in on my block. I don't dislike them. I envy them, man. I be watching all of these shows, documentaries, and they be living some real sad, shitty lives. They be not who we are, that's for sure. And you know why that is? TV and advertisements never really runs rampant out there like it does out here. And let me ask you a question. What would it take to turn a nice Muslim woman into an American woman who wants to make money by stripping? What does it take for that transition to happen? And I say this because that's the difference there, right? You got someone who's living like it is ancient times. They're still living in mud huts and doing things that we would never think of doing. And they live life completely opposite of ours. So who am I to be like, you know, they come over here. So let's get back to our story. So there's a wonderful looking family that moves right across the street, and I'm upstairs smoking my joint, looking out the window, and all of a sudden we got a bunch of my neighbors come out there, and they're mad because what they believe in doesn't match up. So in their head, they can't figure it out, and that's why they're pissed off. Wars happen because of being uninformed. What are you most afraid of? The unknown, of course. What are you most afraid of? The dark side. You ain't afraid of angels. You afraid of demons, man. And why is that? Because that's how we were taught to believe. That is a great foundation, and I'm not putting any of this down. I am actually good that we are teaching foundations. I'm glad that there's many of them out there so this world doesn't turn communism one way or the highway. Because communism would be like the dark medieval times, which about 200 years ago, 1600, 1700, where there wasn't any police, there wasn't any electricity, no cars, horses. Homeless men could just walk in your house and start having sex with you right up your butthole. And that's how life was. And then the same homeless man could be like stealing all your knives, your homemade shanks, and you know, he's big and buff, so he just goes and terrorizes everything in the neighborhood. That's how it is. You live in 1700, boy. You gonna live like it's 2019? That will get you killed real quick. Did you know? And why is that? We all know that's true. Why is that? It's because we're different. We're not bad people. I just don't know the unknown. I don't know who you, and everything about you scares me, because that's not what my people do in our social reality. So when someone's like, I need to go save people, you need to go talk to people who ain't got no foundation. That's who you need to talk to. Not people who are content with their current situation. You need to go find broken ass individuals and bring them to the light, because they don't have no foundation. You don't go to people who have a foundation. I think that should be illegal. You don't do that ever. You go to people who don't have a foundation. That's how you help. You don't go converting people, because that's a lifetime. You don't ever convert. You still have what you knew before, always in conflict with this new way of doing things. So you stay with what you were most comfortable with. Am I lying? Does it make sense? So there's this movie out there. Let me try to find it and share it on my Twitter page. Not because I am a mean person. I'm not a mean person. A lot of people will take this kind of stuff and be like, he hates. Like, they automatically put the hate in my mouth. And only those kind of people would use those kind of language that they're never supposed to use. So you gotta be careful of the life you choose. I'm about helping you find whatever life works for you. I'm not about, listen in, people, you can't take mental drugs. You can't drink alcohol. Weed is bad for you. No, you will never find me say such stuff. All right. So the title of this, I found a while ago, and it was one of those things that you can't unwatch. And it's not a bad thing. You just have to watch it, man, because it came from your side. It came from a pastor, a guy who was going to pastor and went to Bible school, and then someone popped up a question and it got him curious, so he did some research or something, and then it brought him down to a road of him losing his faith. So be careful of the things you watch out there. Views, so it's a damn good video. But I mean, it's a personal journey, and that is one example of a personal journey. It's not there to be like, listen in or go home. It's more describing about his personal journey. overtired, overexhausted, haven't slept. I was being mean to myself. Wasn't eating. It just like, this sucked because it sucked. You gotta do a whole day of it. It was like I was mean to myself. Real mean to myself. Like drove myself basically to a state like that. So now that I'm chilling in the car, just smoke some bomb ass weed with my friend. My body's already in like a weak ass state. And we smoked some weed. It was some really good stuff because I was feeling the high, like, whoa, I don't feel like that anymore. But back then it was like, whoa, it's just like something hit you. And it was like almost to that nauseous stage. So I was like, man, I ain't having a good time here anymore. So he went home, and then I was like, I got to try to chill myself out. And usually I play myself. It's how nowadays, how it's always been that way ever since I could hear myself. So I played this CD, The Birth. It's an ironic name, isn't it? Is it a sign or the birth? I eventually smashed that CD. I don't have that original CD anymore. Because I was like, damn, this curse. Because I believe it. I believe this curse. So it must be true. Maybe not to you, but this is an experience that has been tripping me out for years. So it was probably that got me to that state. And I put in the CD. I was still in chat at that time. So, I mean, like, I never left chat. It's always been with me in the car. Wherever I'm at, it's just right there. And so I played the first track. And I don't know if you guys heard with this, but like, ladies and gentlemen, welcome like to the greatest rapper of all time. It's like the first time I ever heard myself like that in a real stoned state. And all of a sudden I just start to like hallucinate that I'm actually singing this song to a crowd of a bunch of people, which I got stage fright to begin with. And I guess you could call it like I had a panic attack, because I was like, oh my God, so I put myself in this own like coma. And I remember I wasn't trying to get out of it. I was like, oh, finally, but at the same time, it was like, oh shit, it's finally happening. So what was ever happening, I was letting it happen. I wasn't trying to wake out of it. And I like blacked out. And all I heard was the music go away, and it left with like tinnitus ring. And then that went away, and all I could hear was my heart. And it was going boom, 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 boom. It was slower. And I'm like, oh, because at this time I could still think, right? It was going boom, 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 boom. And it wasn't long after that when it stopped. And probably 3 beats later, like, that's how quick you go. So at that moment, I had no idea that I was even human at one time. I was just like a soul floating through what I want to call Mario World. You know how you look at it from a map and it's got, if you could draw a stadium where you gotta walk up the stadium to get to the top to actually get in it, but there are like gates and the top was surrounded by wood, sort of looked like that, but you had to walk through this little short lane to get up to there. And I turned around and I felt a breeze, and I was compelled, that's that word, I was compelled to say, I'm not done rapping yet. And before I could finish that, like, I was back sitting in my old shitty life. Yeah. And that day, that moment messed with me. Until presently. So, here's what I think what happened, okay? Now that you know the story, there was more after that, but that's what happened. So I want to talk about why did I have the trip I had? Why did I see it like that? How come I didn't see Allah? How come I didn't see any other God but the God that I know the most? So that part tripped me out. I was like, red flag. The second part that came to me after I thought about this for so long was whatever my physical body was doing, it had to still save the day, but put me in a place to where it could reboot. And if you ever watch science channels, they talk about like hypothermia. That's why people can live so long, because their body shuts down and it just consumes the energy. The body doesn't want to lose its energy, because if it loses that, you're dead. So if my body's trying to reset itself or do whatever, you know, I had the will to succeed, and that was the explosion. That was the Big Bang. So the Big Bang happened after I said, I'm not done rapping yet, because I could have just held my breath there too and be like, okay, we're in heaven, wherever heaven's at. But since I really wanted to be what I am now, so freaking bad at that time, I had an objection, I guess. And I had no choice but to say, I'm not done rapping yet. And before you knew it, I'm here. Had a shitty freaking life ever since, man. Tell you what. I mean, it's been good, but could be worse. Could be bagging groceries, sleeping under a bridge. That would suck. And here's the part where you can tell I'm not lying. The story's always been the same. I almost use the same exact words. I said it so many times. It's like I'm reading it from a paper. I don't have it written down anywhere, man. I don't even, like, that's, if I could read you a chapter of the Bible, I just read it. I don't know anything. I don't know any lyrics to a song. I don't know any of that. I can barely lip sync my own songs. Tupac, I can have him blasting in the back, but for 3 seconds I might be able to catch a verse. Yo, I cannot give you a speech like that. So that is not a red flag. We can go back in time and just watch it over. Yo, I'm corrupted. Whatever happened is programmed in here. It's like, who are we? Who is your master? And I start rambling off this crazy story I just said so you can understand. So it's all in my head. That's final answer. It's supposed to work like that. Nothing special happened. That's just what happens. Exactly that. It's all in my head. And that's a damn shame, man. But that's the best conclusion that I can get of the place that's surely supposed to be there. I just debunked everything that I know. And then you become, let's just go to Hollywood and, let's just really do it. If we're not gonna write books or program websites, if we're not going to fix computers or work for a network administration job, then we should just do it and make this our job. So let's try to come up with something like 200 practice albums, then 300 real albums to keep ourselves company because we are unable to work. I'm too crazy in the head. I got back issues. I can't even do a simple Walmart job at a cashier. Those computers would put me to sleep. On top of it, I gotta handle my own pain that I did to myself. So, living in PTSD with a smile on my face, I can't barely do it here. But I mean, we're somewhere, right? Maybe this happens with age. This is what knowledge does to you. If I wasn't so smart, if I didn't know all of this, if I didn't think past 2005, maybe I'd be happy. If I didn't think after 13 and just laughed because that's what I was taught. And no, that laughing is good and smiling and showing your gums is much better than thinking outside the box and trying to fit in when you're not. Is that the kind of life you want? Where's that motivational speech at school? What happened to that guy? Was he late? Because I could have really used that, man. What happened to him? It's a government conspiracy, isn't it? The government trying to kill us, right? No. Just in your head? Yeah. And that's why I don't try to push my agenda. The only agenda I push is within me. It's no one's responsibility to get these 300 albums out but me. No one cares if I fails. No one cares, man. No one thinks about it, honestly, as much as I do. But this is just a dream. I'm living in a psychosis. Heavily sedated on drugs. Mixing drugs on top of that. Holding my bladder, which isn't good. And talking to walls in a semi-padded room. Damn, yo. We just killed it. Casper for the win. So, I mean, you can label me all day. You know, I'm married too. I got a scarf on today. He's acting cool. Yo, that's pretty cool. Let's just obsess about calling people names and let's just have behavioral issues and obsess about what's going on in our dreams and what we think is correct and what is not, because my opinion goes by these imaginary books which were created for the benefit of the company who made it. You're just a sheep wishing you weren't. All right, so I know this is totally going to ruin my mojo when I get up. Because when we come back, we're going to have to start all over again from the beginning. To get this energy up here where it's at now. We call holy weed. Once you put and find the holy weed, because it when you inhale it, this holy weed, what happens is that the demons are attracted to smoke, because remember how they said in the Bible of how it's a bunch of demons down there, fire, so there's got to be smoke. So the correct way of thinking, you know, with common sense and in all, that if I ask for forgiveness while I do this, I'm forgiven more. And I feel it. So we will try it out for everyone here at the stadium. And we'll just, first, I gotta think about something I need to forgive. Oh, crap, man. Okay, candies. That could easily be a rule somewheres. Slap my hand every time I grab more than 5 candies. My mom said it was a sin until I believed it. All right, and I just ate like 15. You know, maybe 20. So I sinned times 4. So we're going to ask for forgiveness because I ate too many candies. And so this is how you would do it. I mean, this is how I do it. And so first you gotta like, dear Lord Jesus, please forgive me for my sins that I've done and caused to this beautiful nature today. I would like to repent for eating 20 candies, and I would like to ask you for forgiveness because I've been very, very, very bad in the last 15 minutes. Dear Lord, please don't allow me to have a problem. Allow me to be strong in these abilities that you've given me. Wait for it. Amen. Do you see those demons, man? They were exiting out. All of that negativity was exiting out. Because negativity is attracted to smoke. And you know, I feel great. I want to be straight up with you, man. I feel better than I've ever felt before, like my back pain's not taking away any. Just feel a few more aches. Honestly, I probably feel a few more aches. Maybe that's the Lord doing his punishment on me. So let's just try to forgive more. I stayed up too late last night listening to myself. Okay, so that could be a sin of self-envy. All right, so that's my paycheck. The admission price, I already said it. And now we get some burnout weed, huh? Some holy weed. I'd be asking one of the ushers, can they please refill it for me? Because how am I supposed to correctly do this when I'm working on the ashes of death? Yes, because I want to live. So please refill it for the sinner. And after talking, with a bit, they're like, yeah, okay. Sounds reasonable. A reasonable request. Do you forgive in all you do? Yes, Your Highness. Yes, Master. Ah, damn. We may have to go on the backyard, so we get to forgive ourselves swearing in front of the congressional. See, I'm learning. Wife's doing a number on me. Yeah. Let's fill this extra big this time. Cause I sinned a lot. So I'll be here for a while. You can just leave this between me and God. All right. What's up, Jesus? Wait, can I have a new piece? This one's rotten, and I want a clean soul. They go talk with their stuff, and they're like, yeah. They're gonna give me the benefit of doubt, not to feed me rotten, So I'm over here waiting, getting thirsty. You can find this at any supermarket. And you basically cover it. Damn, I could have done bigger. So try this again. I'd be fired for wasting material that the space station was made out of as they went around the moon, which would kill people. This would not stop radiation. So did we go to the moon or not? We all came back alive. This would not stop radiation because you need lead. But if this world was flat, I ain't saying it is, but if it was, then heaven and hell would make so much more sense. Wouldn't it? So you wrap this like you would for grandma. But you poke a few holes in here. Preferably like one right here. Where I did it. Are you looking? Because you want to light your lighter right here, and then you turn it slow. Then that thing ain't got room to breathe. So your stuff will be safe, your product. Since it looks like we already went through an ounce of holy ingredients. You know, I bet you could probably get more holier if I ate a strawberry right after, because this came from the earth. Didn't these come from the earth? Just like this. So if I was to consume two things as I was doing my confession, wouldn't that get me closer to God? These are questions that I have, sir. You always told me no question is a stupid one. All right, so let's forgive. So I had sex with no protection before marriage. Dear God, please forgive me my sluttiness. And my whore behaviors. Do you forgive me that I had... Well... I feel so dirty for what I've done. And my guilt has led me to marriage. A faithful marriage. I'm so sorry for not putting a rubber on my big cock while slamming it in her tight puss. I'm thankful that... Oh wait, so we gotta... Oh wait, thankful? I don't even know how to do this, man. Are we doing this right? Oh, we're asking for forgiveness because I was a whore for okay, so... Do I phrase it as a question? Do you... Amen. Oh, man, I really do feel... I feel full inside, Feel like the sun is out and it's 10:20 p.m. How can the sun be out? How can I? So I'm feeling the warmth of Jesus or God. I'm feeling the warmth of them. Oh, man. See, this is why I'm an entrepreneur, because I never paid attention when I was supposed to. This is why I do what I do. Because I was never the bad kid, but I guess Guess I am. I mean, drinking grape juice. We're imitating that it's something else besides grape juice. Welch's grape juice. So at least they got style. Just a little tiny cup of that delicious grape juice. I got PTSD, so now all I do is drink Welch's grape juice. Canned soda, Welch's grape soda, or Welch's grape juice. PTSD. A positive PTSD moment. Post-traumatic stress disorder. Realizing what we were doing. Lying to ourselves that this is not grape juice caused me a lot of pain. How do you expect me to live with myself and continue to lie to myself like that? Oh, you know, this is a Coca-Cola. Oh, hold on, fans. I'm going to go off screen and do some Coke. You know, I'm crap. But you are really a decent person. I can't lie to myself, man. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, what is this? It's like grape juice, drink it. Bow your head. Stop looking around. Life in America. To all my foreigners itching their way over Trump wall. Well, homie, we got problems from Trump too. So it ain't always about you and your crybaby and ass family who deserve a chance. I believe it. But damn, man. If he could build that wall and he fixes food stamps just like but he doesn't want to call it an epidemic of food stamps. No, he wants to call it, well, he did call it an epidemic of painkillers or something. And then maybe he was like, you know, maybe I shouldn't do that because that's like demonizing. So maybe he learned his lesson and decided not to do another crisis on lazy ass food stamp enablers. Like maybe he doesn't want to be an enabler, bro. So stop thinking about instant gratification, like getting your house paid. Stop thinking about yourself for once in your life. Life ain't always about money, is it? It's sometimes for the greater good. And if Trump wasn't in office, we'd have drug dealers. We'd have drug users walking down the streets like zombies. So hail to Trump. If it wasn't for Trump taking the money where it needs to be instead of in your mouths, maybe you learn a lesson instead of popping out a few more kids and teaching them how to be couch potatoes. Maybe Trump's doing us a good thing by making us suffer. Didn't Jesus kind of make me suffer? I had to go through all this back pain. I had to go through all this BS just to what? If 2005 is true, hypothetical question, then yes, I have been through much pain. So Trump would be then, what would Jesus do? Maybe Trump is asking that same question when politicians should be asking that same question too. How come you guys aren't asking, what would Jesus do? Sounds like Trump asked that question. It sounds like he's a point, angel point, It's Trump. Cool point. Yeah, I'm suffering. But that's a cool point. Cool points, man. Certain that my bag of pills got counted. Especially if they go to these great lengths to make us suffer. You know, I'm used to being tortured. It's nothing new. You get used to it. You just wish it wasn't that way, you know? Wish it wasn't life. So, you know, what my dream is, I can't wait to get this hardware taken out. And I know that won't solve all my problems. But if it can solve the one where it causes me load amounts of pain that every time I feel it, it reminds me that it's getting worse when it's really the same amount of pain. What is that? That's what I feel. But this is what I've been feeling for the last 9 years. Because my dosages have been in the 90 milligram range to cope. And it's been stable. So that means the pain's been constant. My dosages are not going up. It just takes 96, 94 milligrams of morphine every day to squeeze that pipeline down so the energy isn't being blasted to my brain. Because we all know there's a problem, but just no one gives a damn but me. 9 years later, please help me. Please, yeah. We can't give you 90. 90. We can't give you this to even give you 12 hours of relief. But they are. I'm getting back up there again. However, I was saying before, they make it hard when you start a new medication. Not continually, especially if you're being cool about the whole thing and not being red flagged. So they put me on tramadol, 200 milligrams extended release, and on 4 milligrams of Dilaudid 3 times a day. So the last 2 days, I've been just on the Dilaudid. That shit sucks. To get a full 24-hour of pain-free release. 2 8s. And like 2 8s, like one every 6 hours, what they're supposed to be. That can get me through 75% of my day like I was 17. And you say, no, that's not good to feel like you're 17. That just caused more damage. It's causing more damage no matter what. And if we just look at the last history, it's not really causing more damage because it's always been at 96. The more pain you're in, the higher you need the dose. So that's really, if there is a scientific pain scale, 96 milligrams, figure it out. You know, chronic cancer patients, they need a certain amount. They just know it. It's in the books. They tell them, well, give them 300 milligrams of morphine every day. Like, they're just taught. It's what it is. So there's certain people who know this shit, and there's certain people who still comes at you like, can I say it? Can I please say it? Like you're a goddamn junkie. making me feel like the light is, you know, just right around the hill. Making all this, making me suffer. It almost feels like you're spitting in my face as I'm tied up here in a ball and chain. But years and years and years of that. It's like, oh, I'm done. Take this shit out. I'm done, man. I choose not to be tortured like this. Especially if there is an option. I don't know if there's an option, but I mean, if you can't give me those 3 Dilaudid just to make it through 124 hours, because this isn't really my fault. But I did sign my name on the papers, saying that they're not responsible. So let's just take it out and start over. 9 years in like every time you feel the pain, it's like the worst pain. So 10. I guess that's a 10, right? Always been underrating myself. 8. So it's really a 10, isn't it? Worst pain? Yeah, 10. It's a fucking 10. Damn, I swore. Because you know that's the honest truth, right? So I gotta start saying 10. Me saying 10 automatically raises red flags, so I can't say a 10, man. Can't say a 10 when you're a chronic pain patient. No way. No, but I got documentation that says, But didn't we just say, you don't, like, doesn't matter with documentation because you got to start from the bottom up. So maybe there's some rule out there that could force me into hell. I'm already living in hell for the last 8 years, shoving these drugs that no one knows what they're talking about, playing physician assistant, and just chilling with the big boys eating cream-filled donuts, thinking they the shit, man. That's what's wrong with this world, is what I just said. Because if that's true, then I must have the wrong doctor. Because the doctor that's got my back wouldn't allow his patients who he cares so much for, allow them to be in 12 hours of pain based off of some recommendation / I'm a physician assistant trying to be what he is. Damn, man. Why am I talking with the little guys? I should just go up to the boss from India. Being American, physical, the physician assistant is American. Probably bangs every woman in that pain clinic. Damn. But the Indian guy, damn, he's got his life together, man. If he had whips and chains, he would be, because he ain't messing around. He may like listen to you. He's just listening for those keywords. He doesn't want to hear my story. He just repeats the same question like a robot. Be like, how do you feel today? And he asks you the same questions over and over, like, do you know what got you here? You know, just to see if you're faking or not. Damn, man, he's a nice guy, you know, I don't want to fire him. But while I sit here in 12 hours of pain, like I used all of my lifelines. I'm probably getting tinfoil poisoning. Let's just see if that's a thing. Because I see this tinfoil is like burning up as I smoke on it. I'm losing brain cells. Tinfoil poisoning. Such studies have caused concern that a regular use of aluminum foil in cooking could be harmful to your health. However, many researchers have concluded that the minimal contributions of aluminum at aluminium from aluminium foil are safe. Is it safe to smoke? Let me try that. Is it safe to burn, smoke, tinfoil? Notice those are the key words. Is smoking out of aluminum foil dangerous? Look at that. Google is better than my teacher. Google is better than a teacher. Huh. Those are some wise words for you. Rephrase it. Is Google better than a teacher? Ding, ding, ding. Among those who smoke drugs, it's fairly common practice for them to smoke out of aluminum. Crack, heroin, marijuana, and methamphetamines are all drugs that people smoke through aluminium. So what damage does aluminium cause when it is smoked through, if any? A popular idea is aluminium causes Alzheimer's through ingestion. Damn. One of the worst ways to go. Which is what many point to as a danger of smoking through aluminium. It's unclear how damaging smoking out of aluminum is when it comes to Alzheimer's. However, according to Alzheimer's Association, AAA, aluminum has been shown to have no correlation to the disease. What does that mean? If I go to their website and index it for aluminum, will I find it? Is that what they mean? However, according to, we could just call that a website, aluminum has been shown to have no, that's just rewording it, like we can't find shit on their website. During the 1960s and 70s, aluminum emerged as a possible suspect in Alzheimer's. The suspect led to a concern about exposure to aluminum through everyday sources such as pots and pans, beverages, cans, and acids and antiperspirants. Since then, studies have failed to confirm any role for aluminum in causing Alzheimer's. So they're just repeating themselves. I don't know why they spoke about Alzheimer's anyway. Something to write about, I guess, right? Maybe they're on drugs. Oh, well, I think so. No, I think there is something. Well, I read something online, because I'm stupid and I can't figure it out. Maybe you can go there and read it for me. Well, I think there is something, but, I don't think they found anything yet. Until then it was like, nah, that shit's stupid. And then now it's like, oh, we've got a bunch of people being like, oh, I could be. Better watch out, Son, you better not be smoking out of tinfoil, because that causes, right? Alzheimer's. What did I say? Damn, what a way to go. So, if I was brainwashed to believe that, I wanted to be a parent against drugs and be all anal, I could be like, I read studies and me being a parent is stupid, but we're just trying to scare the poor kid. I read on the internet, you're not supposed to smoke out of tinfoil because that leads to Alzheimer's. Right, a bunch of misinformation. Well, if you don't know, why'd you print it? If you don't know, why'd you print it? We're gonna leave it as is. Gotta die of something, right? Who wants to remember all my back pain anyway? Maybe that's how I can get to this point. I'm a half-functioning human with Alzheimer's. Because I don't remember yesterday. Lots of pain creates Alzheimer's. No smoking tinfoil causes that. Yo, can we make this tinfoil burn any faster? If we make tinfoil dust, can I light it up and smoke it, bro? I became one of those junkies. All they want to do is smoke tinfoil because all he wants to do is forget about his PTSD pain. He believes in it so much because of misinformation. Couldn't have been that way, could it? Can we blame these websites for causing all this excess in our streets? Can we hold them liable, lawyer? Is there a way we can take them down like you took all the torrents down? Because was that doing harm to corporations? But this is actually kind of doing harm to our health, but more harm to your health, probably reason for business. So let them smoke out of tinfoil. Someone's got to make an honest buck.
CWSPOD Start track CJ017 Sassy Salsa Salt.
Man, my back hurts though. I already feel like I took too many today. What the hell, After I gave him back all of my drugs. It's gotta be counted as cool points. I paid in suffering for my future. Before I get hit by the bus. We're gonna try to do it. Try to make it easier for ourselves, and if my thoughts are correct, this would be a way to prove that you're not a junkie. Just give them all back. What kind of junkies do that? Surely they make reports. I was correct. So, my suffering is only temporarily. It's not forever. I don't remember when I was at camp and kid got his tooth stuck in my forehead. I don't remember the pain, man. It's not just all projectile. Shit, that don't matter. I'm like, you know, you got to use Crest over baking soda toothpaste, and here's why. Oh, damn. It's a problem when we start talking about our pain. I always do end up with extras. Damn, it's like only 4 milligrams though. Like we're only gonna get my 10 down to a 5. That's what sucks about the 4s. But the 8s, I'm like, damn, this is what it's like to live life. It just, I don't feel all of this pain, man. Or a CDC recommendation, or just because it's a physician assistant guinea pig. What is it? I think it's both. Just trying not to look stupid in front of those big tit females taking calls, and since he's the only dude in the office, he can't make himself look like the loser, because that's Poon. Especially like Sex in the Office, and he's a doctor, and certainly they got to be all over him or something. I mean, politics. Who needs politics, man? That's why those Indian guys, their face is stuck in the computer. Ain't got time to look at the temptations. Those Indian guys know what's up, bro. We Americans have been corrupted. And that's why Indian doctors are so good. Because their face is in the computer and not at the nurse's cleavage. The other day, I was in chat here, and she said she was a nurse. She was bouncing and twerking herself on camera. I'm like, damn, that's what nurses do? That's just kind of thought that went through my head. I didn't even think about the panties or twerking, anything. It was like, damn, so that's what nurses do, right? Nurses are some freaky people. Oh man, what to do? I should just start eating food.
Start track. CJ0041 for feeling refreshed.
Right. If I had an agent, the agent would give me drugs. He'd be like, yo, bro, just take another pill, man. Take the edge off, because you're live on the air and the whole shit's being blown. What would Jesus do? I mean, if Jesus is giving his best performance, he might take a little more wine. And that's what we all want. Just a little more ease. Damn, only when I'm active do I need. But this is a low dose, so eventually, they're gonna put me back on the 8s. But no, I just feel like being dicked around, But hey, welcome to 2019 politics. Damn, these things only last for like, I mean, it's like bringing it down to a 5. Still feel it. It's just horrible. So I guess I gotta put a 10, because 10 does represent something, and I can't not put a 10 because of politics. Oh man, yo, shit that goes through my head. Sorry. Thinking too hard. Ooh. So the tramadol is supposed to take care of this. I'm supposed to be on tramadol anyway. What? We're trying something different, but they're putting me on a 200 milligram tablets, so 400 milligrams of Tylenol every day. Not Tylenol, tramadol. I read reviews online and they all suck, man. And the only reason I'm doing this because I have a tolerance. I wouldn't say a tolerance. I'd say a reaction to when my body gets hypersensitive to morphine. So you gotta switch. And it comes on sudden. Like you could be taking fine, and for me, I notice I itch, and these itches, like they make you feel gross, like something's, like your skin's crawling, like it makes you feel like you got bugs. It's real. Like I don't want to take it, you know, so I don't. And I went back to the doctor to get on this Dilaudid now, which works great. But I need to get myself off this morphine and find something else, because the Dilaudid is what they call a breakaway pain. It's short acting. People who are in long-term pain management, they take two kind of opiates. One's a long-term, like an extended release, like a 12-hour pill that you take twice a day. And then nowadays, they'll give you three of like the 4s or 2 of the 8s. It's something like that. I'd rather have the 2 8s than the 3 4s, definitely. But I'm hoping that the tramadol, something new. I used to be on OxyContin. The Oxy products work real well for me, but I can't take an oxycodone because that is also a short-acting pill. You can't, or you shouldn't take 2 short-acting pain relievers at the same time. You take a 6-hour and a 12-hour. That's fine, because they act on different receptors. Makes sense. Short receptors, long receptors. So what I feel, I guess what I'm going to start saying is a 10. Because every time I feel it, it reminds me of the worst pain I ever felt. I hate saying that, man, but that's true. It's reminding me of how bad it is. And my question always wants to be like, oh, it's getting worse. But it's not. It's not. because 96 milligrams takes it all away. That's all I'm asking for. So hopefully, I mean, that's what my body has been needing. So I don't know, man. So that's the kind of shit that I play with in life. And this kind of shit is suffering. Like, you know, so like the 6-hour pill, you got 3 of them, but that's 18 hours. The real life of the pill is probably, you know, 10 hours at 50% effectiveness. So would I want to have 50% effectiveness for 10 hours or have 0 pain for 6 hours, for 7 hours? And then what do you do about the other hours? So that's where the extended release comes in. Is you can have your pick, but it seems like it's not that easy of a jump. Especially with all these laws, what I've learned from this last visit is each time you make a medicine change, I guess it's mandatory now that all patients go from the bare minimum of like to start at the lowest dose. And that makes sense, right? But it shouldn't be 30 days because the pain medication lives in your body like no longer than a day, 2 days, man. Like it's out. So it just makes me wonder why. Oh yeah, I was on the Oxycontin products. Oxycontin is a extended release, and the oxycodone is a 6-hour release. So 6 and 12. And I was on those for a few years until I developed itching again. That weird, disgusting sensation. So I call it a allergic reaction. I once call that a tolerance. It's like, get me off of it. So they have this test out there that you can do. And they take a swab of your mouth and they can send it to a place to have your liver tested. Of what? Because there's different kinds of, like, my body works well with the oxycodone brand, the oxy brand, and the morphine brand, and also this hydromorphine, but it's still morphine. They got other ones out there like Vicodin with Tylenol, and some NSAIDs like antidepressants quickly. And those are the medications you want to stay away from because they'll be least effective. You want the ones, or what says on the report, that say that stays in your liver the longest. What gets filtered out the quickest, and what gets filtered. And that test tells you what it is. So like fentanyl was a brand that didn't work for me. And Valium is a brand that doesn't work for me. So there's two different, there's probably more, but there's two different kinds of pain medications, like two different kinds of people where the pain medication works differently. So your odds are 2 to find the right one. And once you do, I mean, in each category you got, like me, I had oxy and morphine. So those two brands have an extended release and also a short-term release. So you got 4, but really you got to run them in pairs. And I'm suspecting that you could cross a morphine brand with an oxy brand. I'm guessing you could. But that is the corner that I play in the most. The fentanyl and the Valium, all that Tylenol with and just a long ass word, but that's the stuff that ruins your liver. Opiates ruin your kidneys if you don't drink a lot of water. So that's why it's important for people like me to drink a lot of water, because they don't ruin your liver, they ruin your kidneys. It's the other stuff, the more synthetic Tylenol with that ASET. That's the one that does damage. But you know, as long as you're on a schedule, what they call me is a safe user, because it is heroin. It's synthetic heroin. I was reading news reports that, I mean, I'm not trying to scare people or do that, just informing myself, but it's not bad. And that's what I'm trying to explain, that because I talk about this stuff, it's not bad. It's not rape. Do you know that? That it's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle some choose to obey. And it's a lifestyle some choose to disobey. Just like everything else in life. Are you a good worker? Or are you a bad worker? You can't demonize all workers just because they say work, and then you get reminded of demons. Like, how judgmental are you? Like, for real. That shit's lame, man. Because people like me depend on opiates to even function and live. So we all get discriminated against. You probably got a big donk bumping into cute boys, and you got discriminated against your fat ass. You got some big ass titties bouncing around, juggling in my face. You get discriminated against there. Huh. I got a big ass package in my pants, and I cannot be a waiter. Because they make you wear these like skinny jeans, and I stick out too much, so I feel like I get discriminated there too. I drink Pepsi instead of what the other side of the block drinks, which is Coke. You know, since I'm eating 20 candies a day, for sure my mom's not going to talk to me for 2 weeks. That's on video. That's a definite sin, man. No more than 5 candies a day. Today's been a productive day. Probably not as eventful as the beginning part. That explains, I guess I should end it. Maybe when I notice my brain gets tired and I get to this point, that should be when I end it. Because I never know. I want to go here all night because I got energy of Jesus Christ and believe it that I got the curse of can do it and you will not fail yourself. I mean, we went through boot training. Shit, you will not eat for 2 weeks. Damn, really? It's like I got a demon inside of me, but I don't believe in demons. So maybe I'm crazy. And I'm feeling it. Sing so hard to smoke out of it. I feel like I'm hyperventilating. You guys notice that too? Damn, I hope this pain pill kicks in 50%. Oh man, in 100, cause damn, it's making me feel like a 0. Trying to hit this one. Man, sometimes I want to live. Then I'm reminded I can't. So that's another reason I want to get this hardware out, because I got so much life to live that I believe I can finish this 300 goals if God would please give me the chance. Why would on earth you give it to me but I can't do it? Like why would anyone do that to a person? Why would you be like, here's what everything you've been asking for, and then put them in restraints? You guys remember that one movie, The Goonies? You remember? I should put the camera over here but can't get a good view. Do you remember when Sloth was down there and he had a baby Ruth on the floor and he was like this far? Do you know what that made? And that's why Jesus does this to me. Because why shed any mercy when I didn't want to live in the first place? Damn, yo, that was a KO thought. That was a KO thought, man. Fine, if you don't want your life, then you will get no mercy. Because I gave you life and you reject my gift. Maybe that's what he thought. And therefore, he decided to make me burn. Maybe this is hell. Maybe this is what... Hello. People on the other side, I'm in hell. None of you know, man. Always thinking I'm going up to heaven when I've been at hell. Maybe that's why I like reverb so much. Damn, yo. Maybe this is why my bong's so... I can't smoke out of it, because everything's got to be so goddamn difficult lately, especially these last 15 years or so. 15 effing years. Holy crap. Yo, I've been in hell for 15 years. Yeah, because look at the pain scale. If you were to live at a number 10, do you think that's heaven? Yo, that's some bullshit. I want a refund, please. At least they got drugs down here in hell. But you gotta work your ass off to get them. And if I open up my mouth to speak to one of the medicine gods to ease my pain, they don't really give a shit. I'm here to do my sufferings from cause I didn't care. And I guess, wee, here we go. Wee, yeah, you know, F this life. Wee, boom, 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 boom. Hi, how are you? I ain't done rapping yet. Boom. Yeah, you think you go into heaven. Deception. Isn't that what do they tell Secrets of War? The documentary series on YouTube. Watch that, bro. If you want to learn about evil, they will teach you how to deceive people. They will teach you how to deceive a few people, thinking that a city is really a city. They will give you knowledge of watching people getting shot in the head and your brains fall into this hole where they're just buried over, I'm guessing. You cannot unwatch what you see. And unfortunately, yo, I guess we're all into self-torture. Not really, but I guess, you know, I mean, it's kind of all my fault. Oh, I remember at 12, I was mad at the world or something, so I started twisting my back, you know, like going back and forth violently, like you were running for the touchdown. I remember myself doing that, you know. Was that the cause of this when I was mad at the world? I remember making a bunch of these wishes, like becoming a rap star. I am kind of a rap star, just no one knows about it yet. And everyone who listens thinks it's impressing. So, I mean, I'm just waiting on that one angel, because if this is hell, this is my experiment, man. Maybe this gives me the reason. Maybe that's why I do this 300. Because if this is hell, then even if I have 15,000, it's not enough. But if this is life and I do actually exist and it all actually is in my mind, then I will get known. This is the end of the day quest that I guess is code. I've talked about it before, but it's goes on by you create your own curses, and all it takes is for you not to believe the curse. Well, how can I not believe this, man? I got 1,000 tracks, no one knows who the hell I am, and it sort of goes along with the whole storyline that I've been telling you for the past 2 hours. Doesn't it make sense? I'm just talking to myself. No one gives a damn. I have fast chat going on because I think someone's listening, man. When I know I'm just suffering here, pretending that someone does give a damn. And that eases my pain as I sit here in hell. Because I could say I came from heaven, but we could also say I came from hell. Look at the history. How could anyone release 1,000 tracks and not find that one person yet? But they always say it takes 1,000 fans, or 1,000 fans to get 100 decent ones. Okay. So if we do that math, I should have 100 decent fans out there. And I look on my Twitter page. Makes sense. I go back to SoundCloud page. I forget how many I got there, man, but that should make sense. So that just validated my own question. I don't feel any better, bro. It means I gotta do work to get out of this shit. That's what that means, man. Damn, if I didn't have my back pain too, we'd be sitting at that piano 2 weeks ago. But nah, the evil doctor wants to dick with me. So that's the devil. The devil wants to dick with me. And so I can't find relief and do what it takes to please the parole judges in the end of life so I could get rid of this pain. What is it? What is the true definition of life? Is it you sucking my dick? Is it? Because I thought I heard voices in my head. But, I think I'm just crazy. All of this information goes out because Earth, that's why we can't get out. I heard this from a crazy lady, but it made sense. I don't know why I heard it, but it made sense. And I wish I said, she's out there somewhere on YouTube. I got no idea. But she was a bit crazy. She has like her stage performance that she snaps into because to be the real her wouldn't be socially acceptable. So this woman, I think she's famous. I'm not sure. She was a lifelong psychologist or counselor where all she did was listen to people. Okay. So 30 years of listening, taking notes, and believing. So then when she retires, she decides to write a book about everything she knows from all these things, people who told her, like people like me. You know, if I didn't have this, I'd probably talk to a counselor. And damn, you know, this is a lot of information. So what she came back to as like this ultimate conclusion of what we're all doing here is the earth is a bubble and we are all, including plants, including everything, we are here to feed back information to the gods, but the gods, so like the multi-universes, this goes back to she was talking something about like that. So like the multiple worlds, they're linked up to like this master God, you know? And all we do, like me, is just relaying information to the master God. So the next universe she creates is better than this one. So we're like test subjects. And you know, I thought about it, I'm like, damn, that's some deep shit. But I mean, is all what we know today? If you were to listen to all the stuff that you can without the corporate BS getting in the way, they would say maybe that's a picture that they're almost formed, you know? So I don't deny or believe it. It's information that makes you think, because it could be true. But what is true? Do you get cool points for finding out what is true or not? Reality and truths are different on worlds, realities, locations. What truths go on in this house are not truths what go in the house across the street, especially in America. Maybe in Pakistan, they share the same truths, because if you don't, even the police will come out there and beat you with a billy club until you get it right that you're to be desired and not to be an undesirable. Because there's three sides of things. There's like dedicated followers, there's like the working class, and then there's the undesirables, like the artists, people who think outside the box. Because in most places they want everyone to think within reason, otherwise you get sent to a mental institution because you're messing up rotation, you know what I mean? So you got to act a certain type of way depending on where you go. And it's just plants act the same way. Plants can't act a certain type of way. If I take that plant and put it in a freezer, a different environment. So aren't we just a product of ourselves? We evolve, and I think that's the purpose, is to evolve in life. Evolve into what? You know, I want to evolve in just to getting this job done. That's as easy as it could be for some people. But at least we have the activity to evolve. I don't think some people don't have that ability. I think we're all mixed and matched with different abilities. Some people get it, some people don't. And that's why I stopped learning or teaching, like, you better understand this or else. You know, I stopped getting frustrated when other people didn't understand, because they probably don't. You're not trying to be rude or stupid. God didn't give him the gifts to understand that way. And for some, I was there for a while. I was like, no, we can all think alike. But if you step back and take a look at it, even your pets' personalities, what two personalities are the same? So even if you tried to, teach everyone to be the same, it wouldn't work. But the goal here is to keep lame 4 milligrams of Dilaudid will take 50% of my pain away. But if I stand still and lay there for 20 minutes straight, I might be at a state that I could hold up the joint to my face, have some kind of motivation after I get done staring at the wall, and like, oh my God, how come I didn't get here sooner? What to learn from all of this, dear Lord? What to learn from my sufferings? Man, if I knew this was gonna be hell, maybe, I didn't do anything bad. That's except for ruin my own life. That's punishment of hell. Question mark? Same bullshit every day. I like this, but it's sativa, and sativa don't help the pain. If I smoke this may help the pain, but it will also close the connection I have to the gray side. Yo, you can do it. Pain med's not working yet, but it will. I got faith. Or maybe not. Maybe I'm just fooling myself, man. Because this shit ridiculous, yo. Who wants to live in a body that constantly gets tortured? Suicide sometimes. I mean, I don't think about it, but damn, that option is there. Straight up, man. I never fantasize about it because my thing has always been fighting through. Like, we got 300 albums to do. We can't die. Even though we've been dead, and it's like, damn, that quick. 3 beats. Boom, boom. It's like 6 seconds. After your heart stops, you're dead. Is that true? I should go look it up. Maybe that's true. Maybe I'm bullshitting. Let's go look at this. See if my ESP's correct. I gotta word it so Google understands me. How long does it take for a person to die once their heart stops? Question mark. Approximately 4 to 6 minutes. So the reset time of my heaven visit to my illusion of heaven, what I thought it might look like from the teachings as a child and constant brainwash of everyone talking about it. My visit there lasted about 4 to 6 minutes. Yeah, it wasn't long. I didn't see anyone. I didn't talk to anyone. There and back, sentenced to hell. But that doesn't answer my question. You know, I guess I wasn't dead to go unconscious. Oh, okay. So I guess here's a better one from some random website that we might just take as truths. They said 20 seconds. But I don't know if I was dead. Had to be, right? My heart stopped. But that's why I say I was reanimated and given purpose. It's like boot camp. Please, God, help me. Show me the way. Show me the way. Stabbed yourself till you died, and then Jesus comes around, saves your ass once again. He's like, zzz, and then feeds you a bunch of information. You're like, okay, maybe I got it now. But I mean, by that time, you're a walking zombie. Do I exist? Do I exist? Am I real? Following cars. It's crazy what us fallen angels are a part of. No one gives a damn. No one gives a damn, homie. No one ever came up to me and be like, yeah, tell me about your near-death experience. No one cares because they're about their own. Am I not right? When you ever hear about someone very like me talking about someone else's walk with God? You know, my friend Susan has that very same, and she says that God, you know, it's all about ourselves. You know, give me some blueberry ice cream, please. Cookies and cream. I went cereal and Sour Patch Kid ice cream. That's what it's about, man. What do you want on the menu? Shoots. Only when, you know, I'm dipping my hand into something scary, like this epidemic of food stamps. Does it sweep across the nation and wake people up from their fat asses and be like, oh, damn, baby, what are we gonna do? We ain't got no money. Damn, let's go to work. So they can lose their eligibility because the IRS said they made over $700 last month. That's disqualification instantly, homie. That's what Trump wants. Are you gonna let him win? You gonna let him win over $700? Really? You can fight through this for the $200 that you get on top of like $100 every other person. Like, you can stay under the legal limit to qualify, you and your family. yeah, man, a job is definitely not worth it. And if Trump knows how to motivate your fat ass from buying less potato chips for your kids, then I think he's doing a good job, even though he's making me suffer. Because I'm thinking about the future. I'm not thinking about this ice cold Pepsi I had 2 years ago. I don't care now about how good an ice cold Pepsi was, or how good the methamphetamines was in 2002. I don't give a damn, homie. It's 2019. Catch up with the times.
CWSPOD. Start track. CJ019. Instrumental walked away slowly.
Oh, the constant battle goes on and on in my head. Man, you should quit. Demon be gone. Demon be gone. You will not bring me to my knees. I am so much bigger than my haters. I've never had a girl tell me that my package was small. In fact, they'd never really said anything, to be honest. Oh wait, yeah, they have. They've said more on the bigger side than I haven't had anyone say I was small. So Jesus gifted me there. So let's figure this out. To be a gifted person, I got gifted the wife I wanted in life. I got gifted the career I wanted in life. I got gifted the dick I wanted in life. I got gifted so many things. I mean, how can I complain? You complain too much. You should be ashamed of yourself. Having to listen to all of your complaints pushes me into a suicidal state. Now I need help because of your contagious lifestyle. Like you're a walking virus. With all that negativity floating around in your vessel that Jesus gave you. This is what you do with your time. Program yourself to self-destruct, because living life is like baking a cake. You got to feed yourself the right ingredients, or you just might turn out bad. And no one's gonna give you the right stuff. They're gonna give you the wrong stuff included. But it's up to you to figure it out on how much good and how much bad you need on a every minute, on an hourly, on a daily, on a weekly, on a yearly. That's up to you. And that's why God gave us the ability to figure that shit out. That's why someone figured out what 2 + 2 was. Or maybe we just made up the number 2 and made up the number 4 and just connected it and says, this is what it is now. And that's what it is. Because 2 + 2 could mean 5 if we were taught that. But, but it doesn't. We all want different things. So how can you... I mean, we all want different things. We are taught from the church. Teach us. I want to teach like the church taught me. What did it teach me, man? Taught me, you know, cocaine is bad. Cocaine is bad for you. Being alive is a liability.
You can see death. You can see death around the corner. You can see death around the corner. About to go see the corner.
In my beat folder, but it's kind of ironic that that song would play, yes. Out of all of the songs that I have, 150, that one. Coincidence or sign, bro? Maybe I'm just too hot and I can't, you know, maybe that's the angels talking. Maybe those are the signs. Or, yes, you know, maybe I just got to take those signs as an answer. This is hot. That was an answer. I mean, this can get real trippy, bro. You know that my current wife now, her birthday is on my ex-wife's divorce date. So I was rapping one day about some books I have here, and I said it. I'm like, damn, that's ironic because the day that my divorce was final on my first wife, that's the same day that this wife was born. Isn't it ironic that that CD was called The Birth? And isn't it ironic that Casper script, if you Google it, it can lead up to a virus, or it means the script doesn't exist, or it means freestyle it out, because that was incredible. The way how he introduced me what rap is about. I fell in love the moment that I heard his work. I think he is an amazing, he has amazing delivery. That was with the stuff I heard he wrote, but he was really like a music producer. And he just got on his albums on accident and everyone loved him, and then he gave up the dream of becoming like a A&R rep for some huge company. A&R reps are people who chill at concerts and listen for talent. That's really all they do. And I guess that was his dream job, was to do something like that and bring in new talent, listen to new talent, bring it in. But he became an icon, a rap icon. And because he was an A&R rep lifestyle, constantly meeting people, it's probably why he died of AIDS. Rest in peace to Eazy-E. And that could be partly reason why my voice started out as high, because most of Eazy-E's stuff was screaming, yelling, and it was a high voice. And back when I was growing up, I thought this stuff was amazing, so I imitated it. I didn't know much of the gangster life and the street life. It intrigued me, but I never wanted to go live there. Like, that shit's scary, man. That shit is scary. And I mean, you could look at it either way. Like, I'm trying to find relief in life. I think a lot of us have suffered enough. And you know, I don't think they want us to suffer. I think they're just trying to regulate because this world is getting so big. You know, let's save every baby. Let's ban abortion so we can just breed, you know, excuse me, scum, because some of it is, but there's a lot of it that is in good taste, and there's a lot of it that is beneficial to the world. But I mean, it's more than about life. And you got to factor in like the quality of life. You got to factor in, do they even have a chance? You got to factor in, are they going to struggle? And if they do, for how long? You got to factor in, will they be abused? You got to factor in all these things, man, that, you know, we can't control. I mean, we are good at controlling, but we're not very good at maintaining the population we already have. So I would flip back and forth on this issue. But right now, it's like we can't manage what we have. And from a business point of view, let's take a farm of animals. You got pigs in a pen. You got too many pigs. What happens when you get too many people in an elevator? The elevator stops, it's going too slow, and it's just jam-packed. What happens to your behavior when that happens? It's natural that people are going to get irritated, and people are going to get aggressive. People will get angry. People will get impatient, and people will start, all the bad things come out when overcrowding. And I'm not saying that the world's too full, because it's not. We got plenty of room to grow. That's why we got GMO to help the natural food source go as far as it does. But we got to learn to maintain the herd of cattle you already have. You can't be a good farmer. And I believe in life. I want life. But if a farmer, like, you got to have a license. And I think there needs to be more structure in this so people don't fail. It's like going to college. If you can't make it to college or pass parenting tests, you know, they need to have, instead of public schools, they need to make up like parenting schools. They need to have like separate schools where you could teach people how to be a parent. And by the time they graduate from high school, they're going to be a great parent. Whereas you just send a kid to school, you know, and you could do the same thing. Like, I mean, but how do you know? But I think they should do that to have a choice, that they could take a few hours, but they set up their own schedule. And I am going to share it on Twitter. I wrote a documentary, or I basically wrote what this movie is about. But I didn't write it, just someone else had the same thought. So you could do the social credit system in China. I could see this coming to America. But instead of credit scores, I wrote it in a way where computers regulated your score, and it was something like that, where they, if you couldn't, keep contacts. So the system there, sort of like the same system I was explaining, is made to encourage you, or it's made to weed you out. That's what it's there for. It's so that they know who is who can do what, who can follow what, who will do this, who will not. And they take it to an extreme level to where if you're a nuisance, then they can shut down your life. They can shut down all your social sites. They can shut down your Facebook. They can shut down your email. They can shut down your internet. They can shut down your life, your phone calls, your bus tickets. Can't allowed to go to certain parts of the city. Like, they got that shit locked the F down. And it's incredible where a social experiment, we in the United States are a social experiment, just like North Korea. North Korea is also a social experiment. South Africa is also a social experiment. China is a social experiment. Even Hawaii, even your hometown, is a social experiment. The point here is that we're all experiments. We got no choice but to participate. But where they're taking it, I think, is a way, at least for me, like, I wouldn't want to end up there. So, like, why burn bridges? I mean, I don't know. That would be cybernet lifestyle. The introduction to cybernet right there. China's social credit system. So your credit score is built off of your, basically what people, and your actions, and like everything, like, why do you need 2 bottles of soda? They get right down to it, man. Like, they keep track of it all. And if you do anything out of the usual, cops will come by your house and investigate why you are this way. Like, that's just kind of scary, but that, from my understanding, that's what's happening over there. I don't know what you call that, but that was sort of in the same way how I wrote it, except they got more police involved rather than computers.
Start track. CJ0096 call Lux.
My system would basically make you starve to death. Like, if you were just being an asshole, people can go back on your Facebook page. People who don't lie very much, because the system knows you're not a liar because of other people like liar. And if you post some blatant lies like that, then you can dispute it, and you'll be labeled as this. So that was my system that I talked about. And sort of like the same way of, like, it'll keep track of your things, but it didn't have police involved. It was more like a self journey where it all had to come down to money. If you were nice and mowed someone's lawn, then that person can go back on your government Facebook page and give you a thumbs up, which would in return, like, social credit, which then gives you spending money. It gives you free access to other areas in life. So it was interesting to find that. And it really, I don't think that was a lie what I read, because they got more stuff there. But damn, it's a wake-up call, because that could be, and looking at it from a corporate point of view, looking at it from a business point of view, not from a human point of view. Business is about making money and containing what you already have. And that's why our human population is the way it is. Like, it's not maintained. Like, I don't mind let everyone live here, whatnot, but just got to maintain it, man. So I think whatever Trump is doing by using the money for food stamps instead of the wall, using money on the wall instead of food, it's kind of a dick move, yeah, but you gotta look at it from a bigger picture. He's probably putting people to work, and in the long run that will save him money that he could use on the wall. That, that was probably his argument. Simple shit like that. And that's why they did it, because do you guys remember the recession a few years ago? That hit hard to a lot of people, but it weeded out the bad and it kept the good. If you are suffering making it to house payment, to the next house payment, then you probably don't deserve a house. And that's what happened in the 2000 recession. Is if you deserve a house, you get a house. But if you're faking it, we're gonna know it. So here's the thing about interest rates. When the economy is doing bad, interest rates will be low. When the economy is doing good, interest rates will be high. So you can judge how the economy is doing by looking at the interest rate overall. And those interest rates are made at a federal level. So if you're really curious to see how bad we're doing, look at when the interest rate started. What's the highest interest rate the government ever issued? What's the lowest? And start averaging. What's the normal? And normal would be in the middle. So what's the interest rate right now? Do the math and figure it out. You don't need to watch CNN all damn day. You don't need to listen to other people's opinions. You gotta think like that. And you can find the truth. That's what you're looking for. Damn, I'm a genius. I would never think of something like that. And that was the first time I ever thought of something like that. So we must be in a different place. Kind of glad I stuck it out because my pain's not too bad right now. Yeah, man, and I guess that's why I sit here, I still don't believe that I talk like this. Sometimes I wonder why people look at me the way they do, because I don't look at myself the same way people look at me. So I live in this one-way mirror type of things, because in here I gotta be good. I gotta fake it till you make it. Like top 100. So that's setting the bar. The mentality that we gotta play. Whether I believe it or not, the director wants me to play this part of acting the lifestyle of this dude owns it. He's in the top 100 in probably, the top 15. The point here is he's living the lifestyle of a top 100. Only in this room though, not out there. So you take that away from judging me, and I'm sure that changes a lot, because I'm not top 100 out there. In here, my mouth never stops. I come up with these crazy stories, first timers. I never write stuff down. I never practice. I never think about being in here like, oh, what are we going to talk about? I don't even know what the name was going to be until I sat down in here. So the mind wanders the way it was made to wander. The most important thing in life is you got to give yourself permission. So like in this room, I give myself permission to play the part being the theme. The theme's got to be able something we can play, and nothing too challenging, because the more we can play it, the higher the chance we'll get paid, and there might be more things in there that could be individual tracks, individual products, individual ways to make another dollar, all done and paid by robots. There's no human hand in my paycheck. No one can really jip me unless I screw up. So this is one thing I am not gonna screw up. I screwed up so much in my life that's not even funny, but you never hear me talk about that in here, because I don't want to watch a Coca-Cola go on TV and promote their new Coca-Cola product and talk about all their screw-ups they had with the product. So the mentality of in here can't really be to advertise how shitty we are as a person. It has to just be everything we're not. And that content, it is it's content that I will not push the delete button. It is that kind of stuff. And if it's just rambling, what the hell am I doing here? Why am I talking? We should be listening to music instead. So that kind of mindset in here is not what it is out there. I'm barely talking. I'm barely speaking my mind. You never hear me voice my opinion. I look very able in here, but I look defeated out there. I run straight to my bed. I don't want to do shit. I don't want to call people. I get anxiety when I call people. Even the doctor's office, I had to call them 3 times a day, and you can tell I had anxiety. I'd be like, hi, this, I mean, it sounds like a total retard. Like, you wouldn't. So, I mean, it's amazing what you can achieve when you give yourself permission. There's a time and place for everything. Especially what you want to do personally. There's a time and place. And the time can be now, but the place is up to you. The time can be later, and you can wait. And the place can be wherever, but it's up to you. The world will still continue spinning. People will still get in their cars and go to work. It's how you view it. And that's the whole point of tonight, I guess, is a point of view. I'm not here to say reasons on why I don't believe You know, just like I was saying, there's a block. And even if I try very hard, I just don't get it, man. I can't understand it, but I'm definitely not going to disrespect it, because it is the foundations of life. Maybe not my life, maybe it is to a point, but everyone has a foundation of faith, whether they want to admit it or not. Some faith of a kind. They were taught up learning some kind of lessons. So those are the lessons of who you are today. What you eat is what you are. What you think about is what you are. What you watch on TV maybe be what I am. Look at my playlist history on YouTube. Search my name, CWS Pod 4K, 2 words. 4K is a word. And then click on my history. Click on the playlist and click on history. That's what's in my brain. The aviation, I've watched those multiple times. Just like a lot of stuff. So I rewatch it. That's all I can do, man. That's who I am outside of here. But we are somebody, and it is up to you to be that person when the time is needed. I don't want to act who I am out there, because it would not be beneficial to my future if I started talking like this to everyone. I'm just not trained to be like that. I'm sure I could, but I don't see how that would be a good thing. And I'm all about trying to figure things out, because I fix computers, I build code, I figure out 7-layer, 8-layer networks. We are an interdisciplinary. The list goes on to where that makes you into some type of person. And I believe that not every one of us is made to be the same. So we don't contain the same information. We have dreams, and it's up to us to fight for those dreams. Like here I was 30 minutes ago, I was in pain, you know, like level 10 pain, we were saying. Then it got better when my pain pill kicked in. So we walked. That's where I've been tonight. Smoking, eating chocolate, suffering a bit, relaxing, and doing my future a favor and catching this moment without being a puss. Like maybe fentanyl patches would work better for you, but the oxy products work better for me. So we're not always made the same, and that's because we eat different, our livers process different. It's not always information we put in our heads, but just how our bodies. So we differ from that too. And again, that's not a bad thing. The more you understand about yourself, the more you understand about your TV and all of those menu systems they got, the higher chance you'll connect with it. And
CWSPOD Start track. CJ005.
so the thing is,
Hairstyle School.
out of all these things that I'm writing, is you're supposed to be connected. Even here, you know, you got to be connected to your passions if you got passions. Not everyone would want to listen to me. So some people ain't got passions anymore. Some people are probably bitter about their passions. Some people probably got beat in their heads so much that passions are a thing that you shouldn't have. I mean, just got to live your life. You got to understand that all of these things are going on. Person across the street could be someone completely who you may not like just because you don't know. But the trick is to not let those get to you and stay focused on who you are. What does it take to get to the final stage in life? It's not about competing with your classmates. But yeah, maybe it is. You know, I guess I'm a hypocrite because I teach two different things. I'm not teaching, but I say, you know, you should stay with the group, but then I say you shouldn't stay. They both got their consequences. You should stay with the group because that's better for us. And you should stay with the group because that's better for us. It's better for our colony. We can, if there's the more of us, we can do better. So that's good. If you start to think like everyone, you lose who you are. And I believe life is about quality too, not just a beating heart. Living isn't just a beating heart. You gotta have what else, you know, you gotta have something else there. And as long as you can provide a beautiful picture for yourself and for everyone else around you, then that's probably a wrong choice. Yeah. So my right and wrong comes from like mathematics, long equations, and variable answers. I could hate you, or I could dislike you today for something, but tomorrow, I mean, it doesn't mean I dislike you. Like, I dislike this car that I drive because it's too fast. It's got too much power. It looks too good. It's shiny. That's the only thing. So we all got reasons to like and dislike. The point here is to focus on not entertaining the negative voices in your head, because those are just like options and thoughts, and those are like muscles. So what I used to do, because I used to have fights in my head, and these are called personal grievances. There's a good video on YouTube that covers this. It's called "Why Should You Forgive?" Something like that. And it's a lecture and sort of goes through the same talks that I'm doing, but it's about that. why you should forgive. And there's a chapter in there that had personal grievances. One reason to forgive is to stop personal grievances. So I don't fight with anyone in my head anymore. So instead of being resistive to forgiving, because that was an ego thing, this guy talks about how ego is the wall between you and God. So if you were to live life without an ego, or he said live life in space-time, not really, but hypothetical. What rules and laws, who really gives a damn? What time is it in space? And if you're going to go up in space and look down on Earth, we see a bunch of roads and lights that egos put together. And those were all built by egos. Bridges, the best bridge, best monument, best car, best weed on the block. It's ego talking right there. And I want to go even as far as emotions are ego too. So those, if you can control and contain all of that stuff and turn it more into a positive, channel all that negative into a positive influence and look at it like that. Because the more positive energy you surround yourself with, the more your body is learning to adjust, not to live in the dark so much. So what I had to do was force, when I was aware I was having personal grievances or fighting with an imaginary person in my head, I would force myself to think about anything, random images, food I ate, peanut butter, just be random belts, clocks, neons, toilet paper, cats. Oh yeah, I remember playing with the cat the other day. And you just start rambling until you find a thought, you get fixated on it. And it wasn't long before I stopped fighting in my head as much, because once I was aware, I could learn to control it by try not to get fixated on it. Because yeah, they're entertaining, I'll agree, but it doesn't help you in the long run. So the more you can control that part of our human brains, the more peace you can find with yourself. And you don't, like, I have no reason to be mad at anyone. Maybe I'm just too self-involved in what I got going on here, and maybe my back issues taught me that there's more to life than, I guess, emotions. Yeah, emotions are very important, and I never want to downplay them, but I mean, yo, this hurts. Like, I've been hurting for 9 years, and I had to do my best to dull myself because no one wants to hear it. Yeah, I hurt. No one wants to hear that, man. So I had to learn not to say that. That was probably one of the hardest things I ever had to do, was not explain to people how I really feel. That was very difficult. Because I remember the days when I would make a YouTube channel and tell you my pity parties. I'm like, watch me eat this whole box of donuts or whatever it was, Twinkies. I was like, yo, watch me, I'm gonna eat 18 boxes, or like 18 boxes of Twinkies or something on cam. It's like, would I do that now? And I'm going there like, yo, life's not fair. You know, you guys like my cool fish? Isn't that all neat? And I'll just go on and on and on about rambling shit. I think I was even labeled as a rambler. So I guess, over time, I learned that life isn't all about rambling. It's about finding that peace within yourself. And the only way you can find that peace is if you got the key to yourself. Because we're all different mentally. The only thing that's the same is we got 5 fingers, this and that. Just depends on where we're dropped off at in the world. And that's our brain. It's a brain surrounded by a population. And you're just the average. You're being programmed by your surroundings. And if you could average in your surrounding experiences, that would be you. That wouldn't be the person 3,000 miles away. And me personally, I wouldn't expect the person 3,000 miles away to understand what the hell I'm going through. Because I believe that they got problems of their own. I believe that we are all struggling with something mentally, physically. One of those two things, right? What else besides there is there? Faith. But if you ain't got yourself mentally or physically, you ain't got faith. So you need to have faith before you have mental or physically. So faith is a given. Everyone's got faith, it's just different. Everyone believes, it's just different. And me as a person, I accept different. I have a hard time telling people that we're all the same. I have a tendency to be like, yo, not really open up your eyes, because really it's not going to do anything. But the goal here is to ID yourself. And once you do that, you can control your happiness and destiny. That is the moral of the story. Because I see it all the time. People have lost themselves, are trying to figure it out. But it's not about who you are in a description. It's about It's about understanding what works for you. Do nights or days work well for you? It's understanding what TV shows you like to watch and you're not afraid to watch them. It's understanding that you may only have a small group of friends, but you're okay with it. And it doesn't matter what the person across the street thinks of you. The whole point is you're okay with it. As long as you know you're doing what you want to and you're not violating, I guess, any social, religion, physical, just any laws. You're just trying to learn from yesterday. And that's why I say, people should record themselves. because life is a journey. Religion, it starts there. Religion is a personal journey. It's taught at a group level, but it's basically ran by yourself. And it's that relationship that, whether it's a mental or mine, aren't never conversations. They're just like I don't know. It's just motivation. I'm not talking with anyone, but I identify myself from my personal experiences. In those, my awareness has identified that I may have gone to the other side, but chances of me really going through that are slim, because my body just was going through a restart state, and that's how I was taught. So like it goes on and on and on. So like me personally, I know that I screwed up my life. I know when I sit here and listen to some things, it hurts to listen to some of it, but I don't turn it off because it hurts. I'm glad I'm hearing it, because maybe that's the person who I don't want to be if it makes me cringe. And as long as I'm okay with myself, as long as I'm okay listening to myself on repeat for 45 hours without hitting a single repeat, if I'm okay with that, then that's partly happiness, yeah? So happiness is a lifestyle, and just like losing weight is a lifestyle, so you just have to do things differently than you currently are. And that's why I enjoy my job, I guess, so much. Damn, we've been talking for how long is this? 5 hours. That's some true shit right there, man. So we'll shave off an hour of that. I usually say 90%, but I'm fair, and chances are only cut out 12 minutes, so 5 hours. Actually, no, I'll probably cut out 45 minutes because there was a time there we were taking a break. Huh. 5 more hours to the bucket of success rates. 5 more hours, I worked once and get paid on it forever. 5 hours of being a self-made millionaire. Five hours of practice for a better tomorrow. Did I say anything in this last 5 hours that I may regret? 95% no. Although there's a few episodes in the past, yes. Yep. I've heard them, and I keep on deleting them. Because when I listen to myself, I don't want to hear the bad sides of me. All I want to hear is the good sides. So I can be programmed to be and have better sides. If all I hear myself is complain, can't do it, no one likes me and this and that, I'm just reassuring myself everything I'm saying. I'm just confirming this false belief I put on myself, if that's the lifestyle I choose to play. So just like what I said before, you gotta flush out your mind thoughts. When you change, that's what I speak of. It starts up here. Well, it's both, but it starts up here and it spreads out. So you just, yeah. So going on a diet is easier with a lifestyle. So like, what is a lifestyle? My lifestyle in here, my lifestyle out there. You can have multiple lifestyles and still be okay. Just gotta manage the lifestyles, and it's not black or white. It's clear. You don't let those distractions get in your way. All right. The point here is to know yourself. The more you know your car, the better you'll take care of it. All right, so we're gonna stop here. LGCD 435.2 higher than before is today's theme. CWSPOD.com leads you to YouTube discographies. Follow me on twitter.com/CWSPOD. That's where most things go, and I apologize if it gets too messy. We currently have broadcasting issues. Where it's cutting in every few hours, and I'm gonna start broadcasting my YouTube live to all the subscribers. I had it turned off when all of my broadcasting issues are ongoing, and it's because of my source up there. I ruined my $400 box, so it sends out weird, like I need to get a copy of Flash on it, so static electricity screwed it up a bit.
We got so many HDMI cables. I have an HDMI tester right there and basically cut up 80% of my HDMI cables. They were all broken. And now every time I plug in an HDMI, I'm gonna make sure it works. I got too much here to just risk it by not taking precautions. It's cheaper to buy 10 cables than it is another box, because man, I really wish I had that box. Quality would be better. I could, right now the way how it's set up, it's kind of choppy, like damn, I gotta go out and get a video card, a much better video card than one I got, just to handle this 4K crap, what we truly desire. So take the good with the bad and keep on telling myself, well, maybe next month you can start working on your instrumentals, but we got shit we gotta repair. And I'm just waiting for my back to heal. I'm waiting on my drugs, to be honest, because no way would I want to be productive on this current medication plan. Yo, 9 years is enough to be suffering in level 10 pain. It's the worst. I thought it was the worst yesterday. Yeah, but that's just the kind of pain. That's what it feels like. It feels like it's the worst. And that's the fucking lifestyle, man, that I want out. I want this hardware out. Had enough. Because this will kill me to a point that we won't even get that done. So far, it's doing a pretty good job. Because if I didn't have this right now, I've learned a lot from it, and I'm glad I went through it. Sad to say, but it's setting me up for success. If we will ever get to use our experiences of what we've learned over the past 9 years of suffering. Can't wait. Can't wait to put myself to work.
CJ019 discovered the other side, be amazed.
The worst thing is, oh, I can do it. It's right there, but you really can't do it. It's like you're sitting in a jail. Thing here though is it's all mental. But for me, it's finding comfort. I don't want to do it if I'm hurting. I would have years ago, but I'm done playing that game, man. I'm done trying to make myself look good for you. I look good no matter what, but I will not torture myself to follow some lame ass plan to stay on schedule. I do not want to be in pain more than I have to. And that's the shit that I deal with today. That's the mental bullshit. That's what's stopping me, is I'm tired of feeling the worst pain ever. Tired of being reminded of it. I'm tired of fake smiling. Tired of it, man. And I'm gonna go on strike and just run my mouth until we get these pills straight, where they take that crap out of my back. Because no one deserves to be living like this. Jeffrey Dahmer ate all those people,
But Jeffrey Dahmer doesn't need 9 years of level 10 pain suffering. No way, man, no one does. I don't think I ever did anything bad in my past life, or even in my, real last life, to deserve 9 years. I don't think I ran my mouth hard enough with razor blades to even get that kind of punishment. All I did was jabber my jaw. I never swung anything. That's the crazy shit, man. I didn't do anything to get myself here. But I did it to myself. So when I come in here, it's not that, it's top 100 talk. You know what my wife said to me the other day? She says, "You could have fooled me." She thought I really believed like that. I'm like, damn, if I can fool my wife, that means I fooled everyone. And that's not who I am. So, it was a wake-up call. So, okay, what do I need to do to become less of that? Oh shit, man, when am I gonna end this? I should just turn it off and walk out. I would freestyle, but I don't feel like I got the strength to do that. Realize how hard I'm sucking on that? Damn. Alright, so that's what I'm probably gonna do. Well, it's been great, everyone. I would love to chill here more, but at some point I need to be nice to myself. So, y'all have a great evening. Thank you for paying attention. To all the future fans and viewers, please subscribe on the button down here. We are always releasing something good. We're recording it locally here. We'll go over it. It'll be titled LGCD 435.2. Higher than before. A season is LGCD the number .0 all the way up to 9, so it's 10 episodes in a season, and that's how they're cataloged. And every day is given a title theme, so we do our best to follow it. At least I'm doing something. And I'm glad to be doing this. This is something I wanted to convert over to, was more of a talk show host a little less than 2 years ago. Most of you didn't know who I was, never heard me talk. Just a guy behind the scenes that always claimed his innocence, which is true. And well, I encourage you to listen in to my albums. You can find them at cwspod.com. Takes you to YouTube. right there, the discography, the legit ones. Every 7th one is a freestyle album. We have a goal of 300 albums in my music career. Each album has 50 unique tracks for a total of 15,000 career tracks. These tracks, the requirements are, they're nothing special, just a simple loop, not too long, because they will be used as talk over music. So you don't want anything too distracting, something not too long that it makes you think of the skip button. You got all these things that go through, and these loops are made so you can open up virtual DJ or simple looper and do 64 bars, 64 bar beats. They're not very long, but you can loop them. There's a MediaFire link on my Twitter page that has every album to download in WAV file. There is also a place right there. You can choose to buy them as well. Oh, there's 2 different places on MediaFire. You have to scroll down. They're not at the same link. 2 different unique URLs at MediaFire. One's the older stuff, practice material that totally changed, but just some free stuff. And then you've got another one of the legit albums that you can download in .zip file. And when you extract it, it goes to a folder. It's got the album work in it and 50 tracks, the WAV files. They're exact the same thing I got here. So I encourage people to use them. That's how you can give back, just by playing them in a main event, the bar, at your special event. They're there to make like what I'm doing here. You just got to download them, put them in a folder, put it in a playlist, turn down the music on repeat, and no one knows. Like, they're not, unless you don't like hip hop, but we're trying to expand our horizon, and eventually we'll get out of it. But so far I'm having fun in the techno and trap stuff. There you go. So anyway, a simple Google search of CWSPOD will get you part of my career, but the real thing to do is you can do like CJ 00 4, and that will get you to Love Justin Perry Artist. You can do a search for CJ 010, and that will get you the CWS Pod Artist. We label the albums CJ 000 all the way up to 300. Currently up to 21, we're missing 20. That's our next one. Oh, I was saying, if you want to support, like if you don't want to download those albums on MediaFire, you can buy them from my distributor at cdbaby.com and click on the store and basically search up those 2 things to get the artist. Click on the artist to get the other albums. And those are selling for $2 a piece. So you can support me that way too if you don't have any other accounts. But I tried to do it for sale. I don't know why I haven't done it, but it's in desperate need of updating. All right, well, I've had a great time talking with you guys. Apologize if I've offended anyone. Wasn't my point. just let my mind wander sometimes. And the goal here is to not offend people. That's about it. I will use your personal experiences, our personal experiences. I will use everyone's personal experiences, but without everyone knowing it was our, your, us experience. It's an experience, therefore someone else must have the experience. And let's just make a story about it. And I invest energy at its maximum. So when I come in here, do my best to invest. So I am a drama king. I know I wouldn't call myself that because I don't make up drama, but I express myself in an extreme way. I should relabel CW's Pod to CW's Pod Extreme, because we're extreme when we're in this room. We're not extreme. We're like losers. Losers out there, man. You wouldn't even want to know me out there, but in here we're cool. Out there, I'm a loser, man. In here I'm a winner, so you can't be a winner at everything. You just gotta pick. You gotta pick and choose your battles. Know yourself. Stay in your own lane.
Off my ass and go.
Don't step on toes. Don't offend people.
My head.
That's how you find your dream.
Nailed to the 2x4s that they got on sale back there. $5 for a 2x8.
Peace out.
We got all kinds of stuff, man. My mind is just lost in translation, and it's too much to think about. So, excuse me, I gotta go to the bathroom and take a dump. That's it. Yeah. Well, first of all, this is a redo. Second time around. Yeah. CWS Pod. Twitter. Bam, bam, bam. I ain't going anywhere, but come back. And I'll play you my next album. I need to release. For the next few album balls, Jonathan Perry. Make a legendary music. For the next few albums, you'll find this on SoundCloud. And a few months close to June in album. Classic. Yeah. Classic. Yeah. Soon we'll be catching up on our older recordings. Welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. CWSPOD. That's what you can type in Google to find the ultimate reality in our music. Bambo, kick on flows. Ain't done till I say so. More? It'll be more. I got much more. 147 hours and brand new beats. exclusives. Shout out to GTA 5. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the baddest show on the internets. Plural. Just got back from Walmart's. Free coupon. From me. Yeah. Let's get some other beats up here. We got 147 hours. I ain't kidding. The fall. Frank Zappa. The legendary weird Frank Zappa has released 119 albums with 100 studio albums, 13 compilations, and 6 rock and opera and bootlegs. 38 of those albums were released after his death in 1993, with another Dance With Me released next month. Johnny Cash. To date, the Man in Black has released a jaw-dropping 167 albums, although 104 of those are compilations, making him the official compilation heavyweight champion of the world. Cash has also managed to churn out 55 studio albums, on top of presenting his own TV show, playing shows for prisoners, and leading a life worthy of an Oscar-winning film. Remember that the next time you think you're busy. Buckhead. You'd be forgiven for thinking a man who wears a KFC bucket on his head wouldn't be particularly enterprising, but Buckethead is ridiculously prolific. It must be all that chicken. Since 1992, Old Bucket has knocked out 166 albums, a feat even more impressive by the fact he released 123 of them in the past 3 years. Last year, he released 59 albums. That's over an album a week. Amazingly, those albums are just the tip of the iceberg. You can, if you count all of his other projects, including an ill-fated attempting at filling the slash-shaped hole in Guns N' Roses and 11 albums with Viggo Aragon Mortensen. Buckethead's final figure comes out at 204 albums. Elvis Presley. Damn, this list goes on and on. Oh, wait, no, it doesn't. All right, so we're like half done. When he was Elvis Presley, when he wasn't gallivanting around Vegas in a jumpsuit or chilling at Graceland with a cheeseburger, Elvis was making albums like there's no tomorrow. Until his death in 1977, the King released over 60 albums, including numerous collections and soundtracks. Amazingly, though, Elvis has been more prolific from beyond the grave. There have been 87 compilations since his death, although that's nothing compared to the 130 albums released by the Follow That Dream, a record label exclusively releasing rare Elvis recordings. In total, Elvis has appeared on a frankly ridiculous 313 albums. Merzbow, Merzbow, is a Japanese noise artist who could make a legitimate claim to be being the most prolific musician ever. Although some would argue his noise isn't really music. Have a listen, you'll see what we mean. Anyway, Merzbow has released, wait for it, 418 albums since 1980. That's a release every month for 35 years. That includes a phenomenal 279 studio albums and 74 live albums. Assuming each album is 40 minutes long, that's about 278 hours of music. Nana Mouskouri, Mouskouri, who is the world's best-selling female singer? Madonna, Beyonce, Lady Gaga? Nope, nope, and nope. It's Nana Mouskouri, a Greek songstress who's still active At the ripe old age of 80, she sold over 300 million albums worldwide. She's also possibly the most prolific musician of all time, although it's hard to find an actual figure. It's estimated she has made 450 albums in total. Even more impressively, she recorded in 15 different languages. Whew. I will not get up to her status. So I am in the top 100. There's the list, ladies and gentlemen. There is your freaking list. I ain't bitching, but you are, because you wish you could be on some list. Like I'm probably in the top 25. Let's be fair, man. There's probably other people out there, but we're actually going for the royalty. Like we're actually producing albums and submitting them. We're not like, hey, I just got another one done today. And now, like, these are real things that are registered by BMI, performancing rights, and ASCAP, involved in everywhere. And my thing is, well, I'm glad I found a list. This is the first time I've seen a list, and it's nice that I'm on that list. You can dislike me all you want. Facts are, I'm on that list. Probably other lists out there. We could really tally them up and see if I'm in the top 100, but I bet I am. I'm in the top 100 prolific. What does prolific mean, man? It means present in large numbers or quantity. Plentiful. I'm quite a plentiful musician. Let's go check out Urban Dictionary. Anyway, so it just means, here. He was a prolific composer of operas, of an artist, author, or composer producing many works, of a sporting player, high scoring, a prolific home run hitter, of a plant, animal, or person producing much fruit or foliage or many offspring. In captivity, tigers are prolific breeders. He was enormously prolific, writing 263 solo cantas in aras. I was reading, I thought these were the best investments to get into. How long do royalties last? Check this out. The person who composed that song, however, is entitled to the exclusive rights to their music and appropriate royalty payments for their entire life and a further 70 years after their death. A total of perhaps 120 years. Not a bad investment, yeah? Let me take a picture of this and put that on my Twitter. How long do royalties last? Zoom up and take a picture. All right. Damn, yo. It would have taken me probably an hour back in the day to do that. Damn, so let's try to get this head high. Let's practice. I guess I'm all talked out about stop bitching. We're on to our next phase at Wadri Studios. Nah, I think so. That worth a laugh. I wonder how many bitches I said. Someone's gonna count it. I know it. How many bitches? Can someone in the audience count how many times I said the word bitch in LGCD 438.1? That theme was called Stop Bitching. Can anyone in the audience count how many times I said the word bitch on LGCD 438.1 called Stop Bitching? Please put it under the comments. Curious. You don't win any prizes, but remember ICP when they were like, F the world? And then there was a contest going around how many times he said the word F, or even there's people out there who count how many times the pastor says the word God or Jesus. I did that once. I was so bored in church that I did that, and then I showed my pastor. And is that child sarcasm? Is that what children do? Being sarcastic? One nice thing about me though is I don't judge. You know, I accept you for who you are, and because like me, I've learned that we are all different. We have the same bones, we are built the same, but our mind was programmed differently from our personal experiences, our wants and our likes. I mean, it's just we're all animals trying to get along with each other. It's like I got 2 cats, totally different personalities. I got 2 dogs, different. I even had fish at one time, different. You know, it was like, oh, that one fish is always afraid of the other fish. Different, man. Computers, their desktops are different. So yeah, we are people. We are human beings, but we're not robots. But we are programmed to think the way how we want to think from our surroundings suggestions. And that is the ultimate answer that you have to apply when helping other people. Because it would be nice if there was one God, but I also learned what it was like to have communism.
And maybe a diverse selection is good. And it's always our beliefs that get us into trouble. So by me recognizing that beliefs are are individually unique, but we go to church and we learn as a group, and we hopefully in our brains we're like, yeah, we're going to the same place, but in all honesty, they're going to their own version of it. Because I'm like, yo, does heaven got tits? Like, can I still get pizza in heaven? I heard an ICP song where they were like, heaven is about bitches or something. I forget what it was, but it was a great song. What was it? It was off of their Great Malenko album. It was a great track. Jammed it out and repeat for weeks. But ultimately, like truth, that's why there's no one set value of truth except for 2 + 2. Like simple truths in that matter, but name Johnny's top 5 qualities, and we're gonna ask 100 of his best friends. These are Johnny's true top 5s. We're gonna ask 10 of his closest friends. Which person do I believe? And that's where it gets messy for me, because I accept your version. You've been through some horrible SHIT and life done a beating on you, but it's not my place to judge. And in my personal experiences, because we learn from our personal experiences, that's why I don't like to judge people. Because, you ain't going to be friends long, especially with that kind of communication skills. And something may bad happen to you when you're not looking, because you be on that type of mindset. And instead of just, I accept you for who you are, and because, there are rights and wrongs. Like, I should not have sex, and when I get ready to bust, pull out and come all over my pillow. That would not be a cool thing for me to do at all. Just in any place. Yeah, I couldn't do it, but that's not a cool reality. Walking into that mess. At least that's a mess that I could help myself with. Like, I don't have to rub my face in my own sperm if I don't need to, but what is making me create such a nasty habit? I don't know why, everyone, but it's so embarrassing. It's not real. I'm just making it up just for the story's sake. But I have an addiction to having sex with my wife, pulling out and busting over my own pillow so I could smell my own cum. Because in the morning, it's all gone. It's crusty and dried and it fell off. So it's clean for the next day. I have a huge addiction laying in a cum-crusted, infected. I can't get over it. Help me. Help. I have an addiction. Like, that could be an addiction. Like, if people really did that, like, they would have Jerk on Pillows Anonymous talk sessions to how maybe you could come up with other coping situations that would bring, maybe hide your pillows. We gave one suggestion to a guy that he should lock his pillows in a drawer before he has sex with his wife and try to have sex on a bed or on a couch. Do you still reach for how about a pillow? Like, yeah, I need to bust out a pillow, and if it's not the pillow, I'm gonna come all over something that we use a lot, like the remote control. I was like, oh, okay, so this really is a problem, isn't it? Yeah, man, it's out of control. No one wants to come to my house and chill because it stinks like cum. I have a huge problem, and I keep on coming over everything. My computer screen is disgusting, but to me, it's beautiful art. When I am busting over the floor, I have to rub my nose in it. I have an addiction to just being disgusting. This was not a choice. This is a problem that I can't control. Fuckery type shit. Hell yeah. Like, that could be a reality for someone. So it's like, if you want that insurance check, there are two kinds of people in this world. One who walk out in front of the bus and hope to gain something from it, and one who waits for the bus and lets the bus do all the work to get them to their point A to B. Oh, and there's the bus driver. Oh, there's also the person who cleans the bus, and there's the person who built the bus. So it's not just two people. Did our shit freeze up? So we caught it. Because I'm aware. I ain't bitching, so I can notice stuff like that. That's what I gain. Ugh. These are badass. This is badass though, man. Here, let me put this in front. I got a badass life. My life rocks. I enjoy it. Yeah, bad bitch. I'm in control of this switch. Call 911. Cause my delivery is number one. 1-1. Run you out of this town. Homie, I be wearing the crown. Just sit down. Baddest bitch in the industry. That's right, you be looking at Wadri. Kicking his flows. Credit Win Studios. Damn, did it get cold? The buffer is on overflow, but he keeps on filling, doing his overtime. Rapping you to sleep, but you awake and we on eat. Yeah, yeah. Opiate rapping, practicing when I'm high on drugs. The only time I can sit here and feel good. Most of the other shit, I be in pain, wishing I was back in bed. Back in bed. So I don't know what you mean, opiates are bad. You just got misled from the beginning. And if you done it once, probably other subjects out. But where you need to be retaught, reclaim your self-doubt. Choose believe. Damn. Believe in the shit mud. BULLSHIT. Call me change with us. I'm ballin' since I was young. Got a head on my shoulders, ask my mom. Me and Fred the Poe. Be driving the fancy new black car. Ridden on roll limbs. Hitting those switches and the bitches come. Literally on my dick. I can't get off. My pussy juices all smeared in the lip. Cause I'm just all that and a bag of chips. And if you don't mind, why don't you give me your bag too? 1 + 1 = 2. And who's the smart ass in this room? Yeah. Homie, who's the smart ass in this room? Believe I am. Cause on my business card, CEO. And can't be too nice or slow. Cause the card is with the beholder. Signed your autograph and number. You will only succeed with our information. Otherwise, you're retarded and dysfunction. No one wants you. You got that alternate thing going on. No one knows you on out of here eventually. You get my mindset right, so I have motivation to leave. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. I'll still jam here for a bit, but I don't need to get my nights and days switched up. So if nothing's going on, like my wife don't need me, I think we could be watching a movie or something. We're watching this Hulu thing about Tupac called Unsolved. Because it's a whole series about solving Tupac and Biggie's. Tomorrow will be on the 3rd episode. See you there, man. Right now you're listening to a bunch of random things I've done over the years. Random radio. Never the same. Always hot. Yeah. What is up, ladies and gentlemen? Another fantastic day here at Creative Wind Studios. You know how we do it. Tonight we'll be working on some lower riffs. Using this app here, but lower on the tone scale. So maybe some bass guitar, more of that stuff, and we record it on this app here. Later on tonight, we'll make more. We use Blocks Wave, BLOCS Wave. It's got a wonderful recording thing on it. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, LGCD 438.4. That's right, you're coming in listening to some great music we'll be making on the fly here. Show you how Creative Wind Studio does it. We got album CJ020 coming out in less than a week. Coming out in less than 1 week, man. It's got 50 hot tracks. This one might be CJ022. The music you're listening to right now may end up on CJ022. Completely different style than what you're probably used to. You can find all the little music, CWSPOD.
Pain is a huge contributor here. Without that, none of this would be possible. So when you listen to it, you're like, holy crap, that's me. And you got to throw yourself, even better yet, give yourself an alter ego. This is not your real ego right here. This is not who I am. This is a developed thing that only exists
when I'm smoking weed sitting here for 10 minutes, and somehow I got access to this multi-personality disorder I'm suffering at the moment. And having an alter ego like Casper or Justin takes my personal bullshit out of it, and I'm able to talk about other stuff without offending myself, without offending my own belief system, because I'm not talking in third person. I'm just someone else. Pretend you got hired for a movie and you got to play the part. So you're not trying to live your life. You're trying to write outside of the box. You can use your life as a basis, but you got to talk about something else besides your fucking life, you know? Otherwise, who's going to buy it? You know, life's not all about you. Think outside the box. And if you can think outside the box and still write it about you, because chances are if you felt it, like when I cry, it's probably the same pain as when you cry. When you stomp on my foot and I scream, it probably feels the same way when your foot gets stomped on and you scream. The only thing is that we don't remember. We believe our pain is unique. And somehow we don't necessarily make that transition to happiness. We all believe happiness. Yeah, I understand happiness, you wouldn't, but depression, nah, you wouldn't fucking understand me. Fuck out of here, man. I need someone who can support me and do this and this and that. So you don't need to get yourself into those mindsets, because that can get you in trouble. But use that aggression and channel it into, I'm going to make this once and get paid on it forever. Or you can choose to learn how to work for your boss and get paid once, but got to go work for him 8 hours a day for 5 days a week and still only get paid once. It's a learning curve here. If you can be nice and smile to the customers without beating them up, no matter how much you want to, if you can apply those same logic to your life, you can create your own music career. There's no owner's manual of what one is. Just write it on paper, you know? As that, yeah, weed is my choice. And it's got to be a choice. It's not force. Like, oh, I just need one more hit. I need my anxiety pills. And all you do is talk about it. Man, I can't wait to get on my anxiety pills. I can't wait to go home and take a hit. That's a great investment. That's like investing in gold. And then it goes out to everywhere, man. Everywhere. And they're running promotions, so you gotta get it for $89. And it's there for, I don't know how long, Sometimes on the copyright laws, like, oh, you can use content from 1922 and not feel like you're going to be penalized. So maybe it only goes, I don't know. But for my, just make it once and get paid on forever. And if you can look at that, and then you focus on all the ads I'm going to get paid on. So it's not about the downloads anymore. It's just about making something that other people feel like they could use. And I needed this real bad in my life. I never gave it the time of day until a few years ago. Then I started focusing on instrumentals, should have been focusing that on the beginning. Didn't take me long to pick up, but it was like, damn, I don't want to do it. And finally I just gave in because I was losing credibility. And I have submitted to what I've gotten myself into. I don't hear voices. The answers are in the work. I do it. I hear it. It makes me want to change. I change. I do it. I hear it. I change again. That's the fire. It's not the haters. It's not, it doesn't have anything to do with you. This is a personal journey with God. And I've accepted that there is a blackout in my head that doesn't allow me to even see it. But I believe that if there is a heaven, I would go. I would go more there than to hell, because it seems like Jesus has the wheel, not the devil, right? So that should tell you I'm going there. Even though I can't see it, I'm being used as a slave in a subliminal parallel universe, off in his own distance. He's doing well, immaculate collections. If I wasn't doing well, if I wasn't making beats, and if I wasn't doing this, and if my video wasn't improving, well, you know, then you got right to criticize. But every month there is something new, improved feature here at Creative Wind Studios. And those are the changes. I don't know. I don't know what will happen to me in 1 month. Who will I be in 6 months? Yeah, that's 6 eons away. I got no idea. But me personally, I know I change 3 times every month. Every 2 weeks. I am someone else. Or I have the capabilities to be someone else in less than 2 weeks. However long it takes for you to heal a scratch, that's how long it takes for you to fix a bad habit or create a new one. That's how long it takes for your mind to remember, or that's how long it takes for your brain to forget. I wish it could forget my back pain. The back pain is a huge contributor here. Without that, none of this would be possible, so you rarely hear me complain about back issues. You hear me that I'm in pain, but I don't say I can't do it very often. I'm saying it in a moment because I can't do this pain. Like, you just sit there and you rock back and forth like, damn, I can't do it. Waiting on your pain pill to kick in. And while you got best friends who think you've got a drug problem, it's like, why are you my friend then? Why are you even here? When you see me like this, oh, you're just going through withdrawals of morphine. They would not see it if it was right in front of their face. Because they've got taught the wrong way. And is that my problem? Do I want to let problems in? I am done. I am done fixing problems. The moment I walked away from web, PHP, MySQL, websites, domains, DNS, caching, I walked away from that side of life. Was the day my problems stopped. And the day creation continued in a different light. I was tired of creating but always seeing problems. Now I create and I'm able to deal. I don't see the problems. Am I causing problems? I don't see it. I see myself getting better. I could work on a code for 3 years. Would I ever improve? Not really. What am I going to have? Code wars with all my nerds? Going to be the top 100 coder when you can't even be that person. I'm not even trying to be a top anything. I just applied my programming skills and my programming hours, bad habits to work. I applied them to this life. So people born into music, maybe you can only do 1 or 2 albums. But we have done 10 times that by the time you turn 1. Besides my family situation, like that made me bitter. I wish I wasn't bitter because I'm not a bitter guy, but that made me bitter. So I'm in desperate change for new music and put this shit on the back burner before I have nothing left. I got nothing left to give my playlist. So here we are with round 2. We are smoking strawberry lemonade wax every day. But bending down, lifting stuff, putting all that weird ass pressure on your spine. Usually, I just stand up the same way I sit down, and I don't move my spine. I'm rarely bending over doing this. If I do that too many times here, my face changes into a real sad face. And this morphine helps, but it doesn't help. And while everyone thinks it helps and I shouldn't be on such strong stuff, I personally think I need to be on stronger stuff when everyone else would holler addiction. And how could I live with myself with no pain? How could I live with myself, man? So life is a beatdown when you got friends in your life. That's what I chose. Later in life, I figured out, well, I can choose, I guess, people who I want to hang out with and who not. And eventually, I guess I chose not to hang out with anyone. But, I don't want to be alone. I just chose to go to my jail cell. Like, the jail is open now, but I still go back to my jail cell. I can go outside and enjoy the beautiful day, but I still turn down all of these awesome opportunities and go back to my fucking jail cell. They used to say that about cats, and it's probably true. If your cat runs and hides in a dark corner, probably means they're in pain. Genuine pain. And the only reason why I avoid people is not because of them, is because it causes extra pain to be your friend, physically and mentally. I'm sure everyone is a cool people out there. I'm sure the DJs up in New York are cool. I'm sure, the people in Las Vegas. I'm sure people in Houston are alright. Even Chicago and Florida, I'm sure they're all right, man. But I'm not alright. And a lot of times it's got nothing to do with you. Like 100% of the time. And if it has to do something with you, then I'm currently involved, like actively doing something. Like we haven't finished it yet. Other than that, like I got good things to say about everyone, including my enemies. I'd rather look at the good sides than try to make you pissed off more. Like I'm already in pain. I don't need to hear what you need to say about me. So long-term suffering. There's got to be a term for that, right? And the effects it has on the psyche. We could type that in here for what it really is. It's beautiful. Everything is beautiful. Life is more beautiful when you're on cannabis than, let's say, alcohol. I would still rather smoke weed than alcohol. Alcohol isn't for me anyway. I was never a big drinker. Probably do it once a week to calm my nerves. And the rest, we're doing weed every day. But I need that. I'm starting to enjoy that 1 or 2, sometimes 3 drinks a week. Just like 1 drink, not like drink till I'm drunk. I can't handle drunkenness. That is the worst mind state alive. I just like it just enough to where I feel like I shouldn't drive. I like that. But any more than that, I mean, you can't walk, you can't think, you know, you start sloping your head down, everything becomes, moderation is key. Too much of anything, too much ranch on my salad is too much, and it turns disgusting after that. Too much weed is bad. Too many eye drops, too much light, too much sound, too much oxygen. Moderation is key. Oh, I heard also that if you do have cancer, you should see if you can get yourself in an oxygen tank. So I guess, from my understanding, the cells from the mutated cells that are formed when cancer is found, these cells have mutated into their own living thing, and then it takes over your body. So they say if you can feed your body pure oxygen, so would Grandpa's oxygen machine do it? I don't know. But straight oxygen treatments do help a lot of people, and it does help cure a lot of things. Can it help a headache, or can it help you be happier? Maybe. I don't know. But I've heard more good things about it than bad. So if you are troubling in that area, my suggestion to you would be eat. There's a diet that you need to follow. You need to follow that diet to a T. Don't mess with it at all, or you're gonna die. And also the pure oxygen studio. How may I help you today? What do you want? The hell you doing here, bro? Can I help you? Hello? Can I help you? Because usually the door's locked, and I don't know how the hell you got in here, but thank you for calling Creative One Studios. How may I help you? Yeah. No, we're not open to the business. Not open to the public. Well, I'm not. I don't need anyone. It's just me. All right. Goodbye. It's me and Jesus. We got this, team, right? He's on my shoulder. He's using me as the vessel. He ain't done with me yet. By the time I'm done, I'll be a full-blown converted Christian. My wife was the key to my heart, and that's how Jesus plans to get in it, is through her, to me. And then the 20-year plan goal, what's Casper doing with his life after the 300 albums? A mega church music director, or the audio engineer. Maybe I'll just be so sick of it, I just want a vacation. That's a goal that I don't even know why it's a goal. I would never make a goal like that, but it's a goal. I don't see myself that person yet. We'll see. We'll see. Keep on praying, Christians. You may get what you want. But damn, you're gonna have to work an awful lot. You're gonna have to work real hard. I've been crusted over. You know, I don't think you're gonna get that rusty bolt, work it loose. You might though, since I believe our brain's all about programming. And if all I was surrounded by Christians the rest of my life, if this world just became all Christian, what, you know, at least now we got a choice. But if they're like, study it or off with your head, I may have to study it. I'm gonna fake it till I make it. There's a true definition of fake it till you make it. I don't want my head cut off. Can I still do music? Probably not. As long as it's, you know, Bible quotes. He's so great. Save me from the depths of darkness. Oh, I love you. I love you. I rejoice all my sins. Same thing. You just got to mix up words. And as long as you're talking about the man of love, I was at my weakest point, then down to my knees. The day I met you, I started to feel free. Oh, Lord, majestically. Oh, Lord, majestically. Oh, Lord. You know, that's easy. I already got 32 bars right there from my first
hymnal. That's easy, right? To make goosebumps. I already got it's gay.
But she's like bouncing her legs, right? She's masturbating while looking at you. How does that make you feel? We got creeps. We got real creeps out there chilling at Walgreens waiting for her mental drugs. She's bouncing her legs looking at you. I don't know, man. Subscribe to my Twitter. I'm now posting all of the videos. Twitter.com/CWSpod. You don't have to. Only if you want to stay updated. You sure can. I'm working really hard that once these videos are up there, I don't delete them unless there's like something physically wrong with them. Let's say I was sleeping and my player broke and you guys were just streaming empty air. You know, that'd be a reason to delete. SoundCloud.com/CWSPOD. Also have the website CWSP.com. And let me fill you in some real quick. Creative CWSPOD stands for Creative Wind Studios Production Originality Desk. Our main features here is we do live freestyle, high emotion, a lot of emotion. We record 4K, and it's actually 8K, but scaled to 4K. We're recording also audio, so we could make audio CDs but our main goals now are still the 4K videos. So I'm glad we switched over. Currently we have 17 albums out in Spotify, and to search this up you'd have to type in CWSPOD or the old name, which I retired now, which is Love Justin Perry. Those two names are CWSpod.com will get you right there, and it'll be what you're looking for. By year 2027, I want the company to have produced 300 albums, and that is the end of the year that I want to retire. 50 tracks per album comes out to an end total of 15,000 tracks registered by BMI. The whole theme of this recording studio is made for radio stations. So just like this music here, I could be Hot 97, a DJ. I could be your local radio station giving you the local weather, but we need music to talk over. This is what I do. I make music for radio stations all around the world. And by doing so, I get paid easy. Then if I decide to talk, have a show, radio show, TV show with my wife or any guests who come in, all we got to do is play this music underneath it, and we still get paid the same. I mean, I could just sell the beat CD and I'd still get paid. I'd never have to open up my mouth again and I'd still get paid. What if Trump made public sex in designated areas legal? Just like designated areas to smoke in restaurants or the airports. What if they're designated places to have public sex? Wouldn't that be cool? Yeah, it might be kind of on morphine, because you have to take drugs to help you with the side effects of morphine. But I'd rather be on morphine than oxycodone. And I know this is all scary talk for everyone, but remember, the opiate epidemic only killed 44,000 people last year, and heart attacks from high cholesterol and fast food killed 8 million, and drunk driving killed 200,000. So the measly 44,000 that y'all concerned about is just because you don't know enough about it. You've been scared into it like you were sex. I don't have sex. You might shoot your eye out. Don't get a BB gun. You might shoot your eye out. And then, you know, he gets his BB gun and all he can think about is not shooting his eye out. What'd he do? He shot his freaking eye out. Just about. He shot his glasses up. Continue smoking. We got some old vapor stuff here. I could give you my full history report, my medical report, the crazy side in my head, but remember, CJ014 is called I am a genius. If I told you my medical report, would I still be a genius? Or would the stereotype bring you down? So stay positive, believe in yourself, look at life as a goal rather than a pit. I mean, I'm in rock bottom every day, and it's so easy so easy for me not to take my pill, and it's so easy for me to just sit in my own pain. But I don't get angry when when I'm hurting, I get quiet, and I'll probably go to sleep if I hurt too much. I have to lose some weight. I think that's what's causing my extra load of pain lately. Putting on some of my shirts make me feel uncomfortable. Feels like I'm putting myself in a plastic sack, you know, and the sack's about to break open. All right. I guess I have nothing to talk about. Maybe. Let me get real high. Let me try to squeeze something out. And if by sitting here by 10:30 nothing comes out, we'll continue naming these tracks. If you can't order your food, other people will get impatient and they will order something for you if they know you're hungry, but you just don't know, and be like, oh, you know, I don't know what to get. I'm like, well, what about this? Yeah, you know, that does kind of taste good now. So if you can't figure it out for yourself, other people will try to help you. But the thing is hopefully you don't need the try card anymore. It's nice that we can help you try to be better, but you shouldn't need to use that try card. Excuse me, I'm trying to ride my bike. No, you know how to ride that bike. You don't need to try. You know how to. Stop playing that, because we all know better, and so do you. And it's the way how you word things. Me coming from a rider, I had a tough time believing some of this stuff, but it's true. The way how you talk about yourself is the way how others will talk about you. It's not some guessing game. It's what you put ever you want about yourself in their head. Example, I am really high right now. I've been smoking all day. I'm on morphine. If I went outside just to see the beautiful moon and my neighbor was outside and I was out there for 10, 15 minutes, went over there, started talking to him, he wouldn't know that I was wasted off of my ass unless I told him. So you have to tell people how to treat you, either with your body language. You know, I'm stumbling. He's like, damn, you know, you need some help. No, I don't need help because I know how to walk. I'm not looking for help. I'm not trying to be, would I need help? Yeah, I'll ask for it. But walking is a simple thing. I shouldn't need help to walk. And if I made myself so unwalkable, what was I doing out in the first place? Don't put yourself out in unwalkable positions. I gotta sit down, man. Got pain in my chest. Not sure what it is. Could be a heart attack. No. I'm receiving the message of God right now. But just to be safe, I should sit down. So I don't want to escalate. We're gonna jam to some cool stuff. Yeah, I feel it like a stake through my heart. Like someone just broke my heart.
and it wraps around. Usually that's inflammation as well. So I've been taking some naproxen, which helps all this inflammation and all this causes pressure. Those are all great tracks, right? Like, it's hard to push the stop, and that's exactly what I want. And you know how hard it took me to get that? How long it took me?
Compressor kids. You need to light the bowl. You need a flexi bong like this, because if it falls, your stem will break, but your bong won't break. And you can travel with it, and soon weed will be legal all across the world. So we get it nice and hot, like that, nice and hot. Cause that would be legal gossip. That ain't bad gossip. You're just following a trend, like iPhone. Now they're talking about the latest iPhone. Wow.
And we're back here making albums. You're trying to get the kindergarten rules of life, and you're an elder now. You know, that makes my dick real hard, super big. Turns me on when I hear about that, how well people are put together. Makes me want to go home and play with Legos and show you. Look. And it's the most idiotic thing I ever seen. And the only response that could come from my mouth is, huh? Wow, good job. Keep up the good work. Because if I said anything else, that would take 5 more minutes away from my day from either getting my dick sucked or smoking my weed. So unless you actually causing a real issue, yeah, how was your day? Good job. Because that's what hope and faith is all about. I believe in you. It's the easiest thing to give in life is a smile and a compliment. Wow, your hair looks beautiful today. Thanks for coming into work early. Wow, look who's on time. Woo! You made my day. Wow, you know, I will give my team a great review for you. She will remember that, or whoever I said that to will remember that all week. Their production will be 10% better than it was before. And that's how you motivate people, man. You don't motivate them being like, yeah, my feet smell. Hey, you want to see the toe jam I picked out on my belly button the other day? Yeah, let me go get a deal from the Chinese people and be like, yeah, you want to see my toe jam, my belly button, bro? Before you sign this deal with me? Hey, let's go out and have some bars and get drunk. Yeah, man. Totally flush yourself down the toilet. Shit, I'm, one of the best writers alive. I'm writing audio books using improv style. I already told you 4 great stories. And all I had to do was lift my ball sack to find them. I had to reach near my asshole, pick them out, dust it off, open up the wrapper, and I read it for you. Boom, 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 boom. And all of us were mobbing home in our BMWs because we told each other good things. Oh, the sales report's good. Man, this case. It's like I'm just going from one place to the other. Y'all are already complaining about shit that I'm doing. I haven't even seen you guys. Complain. I got album. Just think what you could do if you channeled all of those complaints into job applicants, into boyfriend, into running, into
so much better things that you could be doing with your life besides destroying it and everyone else around you. And I want everyone to succeed, but who's going to tell you this stuff if you can't tell yourself? Shit, man, I'm sorry. All I wanted is a hi. I didn't want to say anything. I will stop talking. But what I really want, is communication. I want people to grow a pair of balls and not run away for when it's time to talk about how you really feel. The best time to talk about it is now. And no one wants to talk about their emotions but how else everyone else thinks. And that's a classic Christian, that's exactly how Christians are. They think for everyone else. I've seen a pattern. They ain't got a grip on reality, man. Both of them are deep Jesus believers. And both of them are near rock bottom. And it feels like my job to sort of not get involved in it as much as I can. Because it's not my shit that I need to be involved in. It's like I'm not gonna go get involved with the neighbors across the street for anything. Nothing. Ever. It's not my business. They bought that house, they live there, not me. And I live life as if it has nothing to do with me, then I will not get involved in it. I do not talk to people about my problems unless the problem has been completed. They're both going to give their mom a heart attack, man. And my mom too. I wish it would stop. Stop bothering them because they both said, please don't call us about your problems anymore. You're both adults. I've even said that to you. Maybe my mom or your mom needs to reblock you so they can keep their blood pressure down. I don't know, but the texting is out of control. It's way out of control, man. Y'all need to put the phones down and do something with your life. Like paint a picture, watch a movie, take the dogs out for a walk. Very hard for me to even do that, but I can not do a lot of things, but eating, you still have to eat. And that is a lesson that I've learned before, like in 2003, I forced myself to starve, and because I hated myself so much. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to find this high laugh. And I got my body so starving that you could see the cheekbones in my face. Like it looked like an old grandma that was ready to pass. You could see death in my face. It was so close. And that inspired the whole incident, along with lack of sleep, overworking. Hating yourself takes a lot of energy. So, you're still wore out, and, you're avoiding everyone because you're doing this in secret, because you don't really want them to know what you're doing to yourself, because you don't want them to worry. So, you do weird stuff when the mind is in a weird place. And that was when I was 2003. Maybe that's when there was a transition there, because I remember looking in the mirror and seeing pregnant stomach, and I was like, man, I don't want to go on looking like this in 10 years. So I seriously had to make a lot of changes to myself, and a lot of them were destructive because I didn't know how to handle the change. I didn't know what is and how should I even be mad at myself, And I don't know if I was mad, but more like, F you, you ain't gonna eat today kind of thing. Like I told myself, I worked all hard the day before. Real hard, like
30 hours. Those were my days, 30, 40 hours. The day was not long enough. And then I just fell asleep, basically just moved the laptop over, and I fell asleep, woke back up, and I says, yesterday's fucking code was bullshit. I really hate what I see, and today you're going to give me another 30 hours. And I did that for 6 months, like burnout. And I had CNN, and during that, and I had CNN, all the mental, I was on all these drugs, tranquilizers. I tried killing myself at least 18 times, but I never really wanted to kill myself. I just hated the environment I was in. Not looking for attention. I was like, man, I hate this. If I put this gun to myself, will you guys finally listen to me and take me out of here? That's basically what it is. But then, it's a free trip to the hospital. And then, no one wants to be your friend because you're just misunderstood. And then from your misunderstanding, right, it takes a cycle to run a corporation. And that's why if they can catch as many cycles as they can, then there's more money for themselves. That's a conspiracy, but I believe in conspiracies. However, in an altered, from a crazy perspective point of view, you could see it like that they don't want a lot of people, big business. They don't want 50 Walmart one, Walmart, Walpart. They don't want 50 of those. They just want one. So please limit what we have here, right? Because you don't want someone else. I don't want someone else coming in here and be like, yo, I'm better than you. I'll be like, oh yeah? And he sits down on that microphone and just puts on a better show than me. I get depressed. I'm like, hell yeah, you're better. So the global mindset is delusion. In an illusion, I must delude myself to elude that I'm better than you. And from that, I got the power of Grayskull. Confidence will get the next sale. Like F jail. I never wanted to be in jail. And I was in jail a few times. Once was on my bad, but another one was like, you cut your face and said I did it. That's going to be a hard one for me to beat, isn't it? But I did beat it. And she ended up killing herself. So I wasn't in jail for 20 years for her crazy joke that I didn't really find funny. But everyone else played along in the joke, and they still believed the joke. So that's why I become a psycho and a man of my own plan. Because I'm like, yo, I don't need your fucking bullshit. And that's why we got 17 albums. But you got 17 complaints. That you gotta listen to. I ain't demanding respect. Looks like I earned it. And I live life as I earned it. I don't go around looking for respect. I don't go around looking for attention. I don't go around looking. That's how it goes. The faster you can go, the less time you got to judge yourself. Oh, that's another thing. Judging comes later. You don't judge yourself as you're doing it, and it helps the insecurities. Locking yourself in here also helps the insecurities. Just, smoking, drinking, whatever helps you, man. You need to do it, especially if you're serious. If not, forget it. Go and watch cartoons. Go do something else. Go bowling with your friends. Don't do this. If you ain't serious, don't try it. Otherwise, you're just probably going to be wasting your time, wasting other people's money. And why, You just got to figure out what you want in life and go for it. There's nothing worse in life than trying to help someone that doesn't know what they want. Yeah, so, what's your special today on the menu? What's this? What's that? I just can't figure it out. Those are the worst. It's like, really? I'm over here, I already know what I want before I sit down. I'm not saying my wife does that. She knows exactly what she wants. She's straight Mexican and burritos, and I'm burger style, American style. I'm just saying, I know some people struggle with it, and I'm saying anything bad. It's just some people just I don't know if that's a habit. It seems like a habit. Like, you can break that cycle, okay? Yeah? Well, you're
flipping words. And the reason you do it for that long is to catch that moment. And if you're doing this and then answering phones, you know, helping customers, you ain't ever gonna get there where you really need to be. So you need to do yourself a favor and lock yourself in a room and play some jams you're comfortable with and start recording yourself. And put it in a album called Practice. Stay there for a few years, because it's really it's really not can you do it or not. It's really the techniques, because you have to develop your sound. And it's really, you know, just knowing the cues of things. Like when I'm freestyling, I also have to try to add a chorus, so I got to remember that. You know, you're trying not to repeat yourself. So what do you do to help yourself there? You know, now you got mental power. You got lists that you're working with in your head. A list that you have already said, and the list over here you didn't. And at the same time, you're picturing yourself sort of like on a roller coaster through a cave, and you know, you're just going too fast to repeat yourself and all of that. And then you see a story. Syndrome. Don't really suffer from it because I know who I am. Like, I don't walk out there being like, yo, I'm Casper, my hat sideways, like, yo, what's up, baby? Nah, I don't do that. It's just like, this company's got 10 different jobs. I have to learn how to do 10 different things fluently, almost perfectly. You got, you know, like, your go to the shitter so much. Holy crap, look at that hit. I'm gonna have my wife come. So that's why I just, you know, just manually get buff. You know, shit. I should start doing my weights. But damn, look at those muscles. That's from sex. You ever seen those men out there with super skinny arms? Or even women, for that fact. Ooh. You guys remember when I shaved my legs? I was like, damn, my legs look better than your woman's. Oh, it's so true. Why do my legs look better than your women's? I was like, oops, let's just see what this does. Y'all women gotta go through some bullshit, too. Yeah, don't let those men get to you. Men are assholes. I hear it on television. Yeah. Was faced with reading a vicious insult about them online. There were no limits to the jabs. As critics, yeah, you ain't shit. Attacks. Everything. Hey man, please can I leave here with my clothes on my back? From Pusha T Braids and DJ Khaled. Weights problem. Too many chicken wings on his basket. Critics. Aquafina's voice and Remy Ma's beats each other's meat as they finish the potatoes with these two, whoever they are. Damn, look at those jugs. Jennifer Lopez gives an impromptu performance in an Italian restaurant. Damn, look at that suit he's wearing. Super slick. Jonah Krupp. Ooh. I need a suit right now. And my woman, you know, damn, she needs new shoes. Definitely. She definitely needs those clogs. Because I'm a tall guy. Syndrome. Don't really suffer from it because I know who I am. Like, I don't walk out there being like, yo, I'm Casper. My hat sideways. Like, yo, what's up, baby? Nah, I don't do that. It's just, like, this company's got 10 different jobs. I have to learn how to do 10 different things. What's the shitter so much? Loves the whole idea so much. We sing songs and that's cool. Disaster, Counting Crows, round here, Anna. You've got all of these.
CJ019 instrumental crossing the rail zone.
There's this other one song called 2 a.m. Plenty, because during that time I didn't know where any of these people were really. Like, I lost contact with everyone shortly after my back surgeries, so it wasn't like I was stalking anyone. I was too busy. Like, I had this new life I was working with, and there was a lot of rage in me, you know. I finally got to a point to where I could explain myself, and then technology comes along and we have live broadcasting, live streaming, and now we got recording. I recorded myself and then I listened to it. I'm like, holy crap, man. Like, is that me? I didn't know I could do things like that until I heard it. And that's how these are. Like, I did some great things today. I am so glad I recorded it. But I'm more into the audio part. Just like I'm into the video part. I have to be into the video part. Because, you know, I need to look badass. Like, right now the camera's almost in a badass position. There. Like, that's a badass position. I look like Boss Hog, bro. We got 4K up there. It's like coincidences. Yes. I don't talk about it very much anymore. In 2005, I had a near-death experience. I call it one. I'm not sure what it is, but closest definition to what I had was a near-death experience. I'm not that religious, nor was I ever. Mainly because I was surrounded by computers, or just zeros and ones, and it's just hard to have faith in my job because my job doesn't require it. You either know it or you don't. I went to Awana's when I grew up, but still, you know, I didn't feel that connection. But I always understood it. I understood it. I just didn't understand why everyone loves the whole idea so much. We sing songs and that's cool, but you know, I get the whole thing. Sometimes I see people dancing in the aisles, and they're so happy and they're raising. I could never be like that. I don't know. Is that a mind state? So I spent my whole entire life trying to figure it out, and I still don't understand it. And that's my problem, is I'm thinking too much. Whereas maybe it's like, you know, I just need to believe that we can get through it, baby. Today's been a real crappy day, but we just need to believe that tomorrow will be better. Is that what it is? So I struggled with that for the longest, and I never put any hatred towards it. I sort of made jokes. You guys heard my jokes. But they're not putting anyone down. I don't know, just poor taste. You know, losing fans style. It's not going to get me extra fans doing that. It's what I learned after a while. Is that, you know, since my near death in 2005, you know, I felt the life I used to know isn't the same anymore. I felt like something was taken and something was given. So, alright, so I'm gonna tell you the story so it makes sense. So it turned into like, so my friend came over one day. Alright, so let me build up to this point. I was working on, you know, music back then still. I don't have the CD anymore because I broke it. I think I probably have it in here somewhere. I might not. It was called The Birth. And I looked at that a few months ago. It was like, oh, a curse. So I smashed it up. I broke the CD. I smashed it up. I don't got it anymore. That was the only CD. That was the master copy. I was like, yeah, this thing's ruining my life. Or, you know, got too much control over. Like I fight. Like something's got too much control over me. And at first I thought it was my wife. You know, like, wife, you got too much control. But once I figured out, oh, it wasn't you. So it must be my demons. I'm sure I'll explain this better over the years. So back in 2004, so this incident happened in 2005 near April 15th, which we all know is tax day. It happened near that time, and my album, The Birth, was being released near that time. So notice The Birth. And that was the CD that the incident happened. Upcoming to those weeks, I wasn't taking care of myself. I had a crush at the woman at the bar, and I was going there buying drinks probably for at least a whole year, and didn't ever express my emotions, although probably turned into a creep because I did end up going to her house for some reason to, you know, explain my love or something. So my mind was starting to turn into delusion. I wasn't eating at all. Like, I've starved myself before, and so I was starving myself again that period. I was hard on myself. If there's any time that I was hard on myself, it was then. So I would scream, you know, literally like, nah, you can't do this, you can't have that. Because before it was programming, and I would spend 36 hours a day working on code and websites because it was fun. You got TV there, and I could just do whatever I want. I was single, you know, I'd fall asleep over. When I was hungry, I would get up and go to the car. That was before I broke my hand. And all this other stuff which made life a bit more complicated. And we're still doing what we love despite our complications today. So I have to be happy with who I am. It just a life, circumstance, or signs always trips me up. And the more I think about it, not all the time, but the more hours I put into this thinking pot of circumstance or signs, the picture comes more clear. So I wasn't eating right, I was probably drinking too much, and I wasn't getting enough sleep. So you can understand what it was. I like my hygiene could have been bad. You may be able to smell me or something. I remember going and chat and having live conversations like, you gonna meet me there? But it was like code words. I was losing it. I wasn't myself. You could see the cheekbones. Like my mom has pictures, and it looked real poor. It looked like I was dying of starvation. You go back on YouTube and find videos of people suffered through the Holocaust. It's sad. You could see how bony they looked, and I looked malnourished, looked horrible. And then my friends, someone who I knew for a long time, decided to come over and smoke me up. Because, I'm still good with people and everyone I know. It's just this job gets people thrown off because I am someone else. And that's all they see me, they don't see me. So things got weird nowadays, but it's okay. So we were smoking a bowl, and I was probably 2 days awake. And it was some real good stuff. My guess it was sativa. It wasn't indica, it was some high grade sativa. And sativas make me go like bipolar. It used to make my head spin, like stupid. When I'd smoke it, I couldn't put a sentence together. You'd be talking, I couldn't listen, and I felt embarrassed when I first did it for the second time, because I used to do it in Colorado, and then I came back here to Nebraska and I did it off and on. But now, I'm in Colorado where I just do it every day by myself in a room. Trying to figure out where I'm at here. So I'm in the car smoking this bowl, and I started, the feeling that I had was like a panic attack, like I was hyperventilating. Wasn't, looking like a fool in front of him, but I felt like an anxiety attack. Yeah. So I felt like my head was starting to spin. Just like woozy, mixed in with woozy, like, I don't feel too good. Like you don't want to make a fool of yourself. So I didn't say like, oh man, I don't feel too good. I'm feeling like shit. This probably would have been a good time to say something, because that could have changed a lot. But I didn't. So he left. Everything was cool. And then I sat there in the car, still feeling, panic attack, anxiety attack, on top of this like nauseous, like you got up too fast kind of thing, where you're like losing control of your head almost. And to try to calm my nerves, I thought I'd put in The Birth. It was a CD that I was just going to release real soon, like that week, on close to April 15th, 2005, 2004, 5. All this started in 2004, but it really happened in 2005. So I was like, put in the CD, The Birth. And I don't know if you guys ever heard that. album, but it starts out with fight music, like "Welcome, ladies and gentlemen." You know, you get like Rocky music, so it's real high level. You tell something's gonna happen, and it's like stage music, and you got crowd noise popping up in the background. And for me, I was visualizing like it was some dream, you know, like and then so I'm like playing this movie in my head, and then it just made the whole panic attack worse. Because I was listening, like now I visualize I'm on stage as I'm doing this. First time I'm on stage, and I got like a panic attack, and I can almost see it to this day. You know what I saw? Basically, it's just bright ass lights in here, and you hear a bunch of crowd screaming as you're having a panic attack, and you know you're about to faint. So that pushed me over the edge, I think, just a bit more. And then, you know, I put my head back on the headrest, and it's like I start losing control of my body. I used to use the description like I was being held there until I couldn't breathe, and then my heart slowed down. I couldn't hear the music anymore. It got replaced with a high-pitched ring, sort of, you would, like tinnitus. That's all I heard, and then that went away, and then all I heard was the heartbeat. Boom, 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 boom. And then, you know, for that moment I could think, well, you know, shit, you did it. You finally did it. Because I didn't like my life, really. Life was a struggle. It was hard for me. I was still trying to figure out who I was, and was doing websites, blogs, you know, typing out, and people were hating me because of the blogs I was typing. So no one, I mean, I had a lot of people reading them, but it was just stressful. Never really ever to feel love in anything I did, even this, you know. It's one of those things, you know. How do you? I crave for it though. It's like I really crave for, like, oh, you did a great job, man. Here's what I love, and here's what I hated about it, and you know, such a good job. I never, ever hear that, man. It's like, you know, that's something I really been looking for my whole entire life, and you know, it's like so hard for people just to do that. It's so, at the same time, depressing. So we sit here as a solo act, and wherever we go, you know, we feel ignored, but we know we're doing some great stuff. So anyway, back to the story. I know how I got sidetracked there. So I could hear the, you know, the heartbeat, like boom, 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 boom. I couldn't really do anything, and even if I did, I was probably helping it by it's like, yo, life sucks, and we're going, you know. So like, I was like more than ready. I just didn't want to pull the trigger, but it was an opportunity, so I took it. So this opportunity took me to what I saw was like green, so like on the side of the hill. Couldn't see too far, but maybe like a football field's away. And then you walk over this hill. It wasn't a big hill, but just, you know, you stand here, and maybe the top of the hill's where your head's at. So you start to walk over maybe 25 feet or so, and then you see like the city that starts in this grass, and so you walk in the city. It lasts for maybe a third of a block. You got what I picture, 2 people here and 1 person here. You got like 6 lamps, just as a slight curve. You have probably 100 feet of building. It's a 1-story. You got 2 stories over here, and you got, did I say those lamp posts with those white bulbs, bulbs, and I walk, and it's I mean, I'm greeted, and before I know it, I'm up on top, basically. Like, I don't remember walking myself through the city, but that's sort of what I saw. It wasn't much. It was like a building here, you know, lights, yeah, and it was like an inverted stadium. So you walk up to it, and then, but I didn't walk. Like I was just like there. Maybe except for like the first few steps, sort of like boom, 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 boom. And then I turned around and I could sort of see this little Mario world. I guess, you know, if you could draw Mario world, what I just told you. You sort of like hung out in the middle of nowhere. I had no, like, that was it. Like, I had no memory of who I used to be. I didn't ask where I came from. I was just kind of like, well, this is it, you know. Well, I wasn't even thinking, you know, just watching, like a blank stare, you know, not blank, but just not thinking about anything. But then when I got up there and turned around, and I guess it was breezy, but there was the gate, you know, right behind. I guess that was heaven or something. I'm not sure. So that's why I say I'm going to heaven. You know, I've been there once. Ain't been to hell, I've been there. So whatever that was. And then I felt compelled to say, I'm not done rapping yet. That's basically what I said. So my interpretation was it, so my body basically dead back there, right? There's nothing left. The body in my car. Did I say I was in my car? Back in the garage door open at like 2 a.m. and just listening to myself, thinking about how shitty life is. And then, you know, after that, friend came by, and then this happened. I was like now back in the car, and it felt like you know how those old TVs you could turn on and it have that dot in the middle? So instead of turning it off, you turn it on. There's the dot and then the static. And then it was almost like if Terminator was opening his eyes. But there were things now changed. All of a sudden I felt compelled to follow cars. And this was a beginning of a journey that lasted 2 weeks that took me to jail. I started stealing gas, something out of the norm I don't do. Follow cars aimlessly. Taking my cat with me. I don't know if I took my cat with me. I'm not sure on that trip. But I just was not me. So that lasted for a few weeks, and I got taken in jail. Up in Illinois or somewhere. So far I went. Like, that was a real creepy time. I think back on that, and like I was following people all the way to their farmhouses, and I was stealing gas, but it was like I was always seeing the same young, I didn't say young boy, but it was like a young adolescent, someone who you would see on a skateboard. I'd say 17 years old, 18, not 18, not too old, but you know, right before the adult years. They still look like a child, but they're like big.